On this cold afternoon, the girl's life changed in an instant. A wound in her stomach left her in pain and fear. It seemed to her that the world stopped at that moment when the pain pierced her body. Her heart beat wildly, as if trying to escape this darkness and fear. A microscopic reflection of hope for salvation was reflected in her eyes. And now it was important to maintain composure and find help. It didn't seem to her that this was the end, and there were no more chances to survive. The girl was seriously wounded in the stomach. She felt that she couldn't hold on for much longer. In this terrible moment, a thought crossed her mind. She regrets nothing. The heroine's name was Idris. She was born the daughter of a maid. Her whole life, she was reproached for her dirty blood, and the lady never had the chance to experience the joys of family life. Her father always told her that all she could do for the good of her family was to marry successfully and let the marriage come true. She had married Archduke Khalid. He was called the incarnation of evil. And as a result, she was now dying on the hall floor, praying that she wanted to survive. The girl dreamed of living at least one moment, following her will and sincere desires. At that moment, Khalid approached Idris and looked at her with cold, inhuman eyes. The young man approached and asked who had dared to inflict a dangerous wound on the girl in the stomach. He asked if she felt pain, but there didn't seem to be a drop of sympathy in his words. Khalid declared that only he could save her and asked if she believed him, but Idris no longer trusted him. He warned that the girl has no better chance than starting to trust him from this very moment. Idris opened her eyes and realized with horror that this nightmare was just a terrible dream enveloping her consciousness. The maid noticed the girl's excitement and asked if everything was fine. And Idris said she was a little worried. She had a terrible dream in which, after only a year of living with the Duke, she was attacked by an assassin and died at the age of 21. Everything was so realistic, and it seemed to her as if blood was flowing from her stomach right now. The wedding was scheduled for today. The maid tried to calm the girl with words that the great Duke should definitely fall in love with her. Seeing her incomparable appearance, she couldn't stop thinking about that nightmare, but she did her best to calm down. Lord Keith, a young man with blonde hair and a brazen smile, entered the room without knocking. He wanted to get close to her, but the way was blocked by a servant who shouted that the ceremony would take place soon, and that he should not interfere. The young man understood that Idris would soon become the Duke's bride, and that he had no right to touch her. Idris glared at him and said that Keith should behave properly and be respectful. He smiled maliciously and warned that the girl must curry favor with the Archduke for the sake of Beatrice's family, and she should imagine what would happen to her if she failed to win his heart. Suddenly, Keith deliberately pushed the lady and told her that she should try not to stain the family's reputation and behave properly. Idris could never control Keith, but she always dreamed of making him cry someday. She squeezed her hand tightly out of fear, and there was a mark on her skin that would have to be powdered so it wouldn't show. The maids finished the preparations, and the bridal hairstyle was ready. The long-awaited moment to marry the Duke finally arrived, and Idris looked stunning as a bride. Aristocrats gathered in the decorated palace hall for the Duke's wedding. Splendor and luxury appeared in every detail of the interior golden chandeliers. Velvet curtains, the scent of flowers in the air. The guests were enveloped in an atmosphere of celebration and joy. Guests chatted, exchanged smiles and compliments, and at this magnificent evening, the event was filled with laughter, joy, and hope for a future full of love and prosperity. Idris's father warned that if his daughter made a mistake, she should be prepared for the worst. The girl nodded and lowered her eyes. This scene already seemed familiar to her, as if in her dream everything happened exactly the same way. She stood next to her newlywed husband and tried to convince herself that she was deeply mistaken, and that now she only needed to please the person next to her. In her dream, Idris could not answer the priest's question, but everything was different. And it was now in reality. She only dreamed of leaving home as quickly as possible and living as she wanted, and not according to the orders of her relatives. She answered the priest's question with consent, and he declared the young couple officially husband and wife. After the wedding, the girls sat in a hot bath while the maids took care of her. One of them said that the Archduke would come to the bridal chamber. Idris thanked her for her concern and said that she would go there herself. Idris arrived at the young man's room and told him that if the lady looked around, she could leave her alone. But she knew that if it became known that they hadn't had a wedding night, her reputation as Archduchess would drop very low. Khalid remained silent for some time, but then agreed to fulfill the contract. But all this was a memory from her dream. And in reality, the girl was still sitting in the bath, surrounded by maids. She suddenly screamed from the memory of the dream, but realized she was just nervous. The maids were frightened. They were very worried about Idris and decided to end the bath. The maid prepared a comfortable nightgown, but Idris already knew it, and it was the same nightgown from her nightmare. The same wedding, the same bath full of rose petals, but her stomach was intact. Although the imaginary pain seemed to be felt, she was afraid that she had actually returned a year ago. And the same awaited her in the bedroom. In the dream, the girl ran through the hallway and understood that today would be her first day here. But she knew everything about this place in such detail that she could list the order and the names of the portraits on the walls, but it was not entirely clear how she returned to the past. The maids panicked when they saw the bride running and promised to fix everything if they had done something wrong. She asked the servant not to worry and told him that she just needed to check everything. That she didn't care how it ended here, but this time Idris didn't want to die. As she recalls, in the past the Archduke joined later, but when she entered the bridal chamber, she saw a young man sitting on the bed in a robe. Idris looked at him with frightened eyes. It was the same events, but something had definitely changed. The young man said that now she is his wife, and there is no need to be so polite to him. In the past, he only allowed himself to be called by his name a few months before her death. Khalid noticed that the girl was very nervous, and probably because today was the first day. Idris admitted her mixed feelings and apologized. The young man said that the girl should not run around the palace grounds in such revealing clothes. He joked that he would tear out the eyes of anyone who saw her in that dress. But with these words he scared Idris, because in her dream he never joked. Suddenly, the young man took the lady's hand and pulled her closer to him. Khalid threw the girl onto her shoulder blades, and she feared that he would not start doing this now. He saw strange marks on her hand, as if someone had grabbed her recently and caused her pain. Idris replied embarrassed. She received this mark before the wedding, and apparently the powder it was smeared with washed off in the bath. She replied that she had probably hit something, and Khalid laughed. He was clearly taking her for a fool. The young man realized that his new wife still didn't seem to trust him at all, and promised that everything would change soon. Khalid left the bedroom, and the girl was left alone. She said that her reputation as Archduchess would drop very low if everyone knew they didn't have a wedding night. The young man slowly took off his robe and said that this would serve as strong evidence of the night spent together. Khalid realized that the girl was scared and left the bedroom, wishing her good night. Idris was surprised that he simply took care of her and behaved completely differently from how he was in her dream. Early the next morning, the maids greeted Idris and informed her that Khalid was waiting for her in the dining room. The lady was surprised, but for some reason she was glad to know that the young man was waiting for her. The events happening now were very different from the past. Khalid asked her if she slept well. Idris was lost in thought and sat down at the dining table with frightened eyes. She called the young man Your Excellency, but he immediately asked to be called by his name, and not by his status. He suggested that it must be difficult for a girl to immediately get used to informal treatment in just one day. And he apologized for not having thought of it. The lady was truly unusual, but she promised to try to call him by name. Idris noticed the strange smile of the boy, but he had never smiled like that before. He asked if the food was delicious. The lady smiled and agreed. Idris lowered her head. It was very strange for her that the young man smiled at her with such tenderness. He never showed his sincere smile, not even including her. The young man said that after the meal, Ethan would have to show the girl the castle. and continued to shower her with this kindness since yesterday. Ethan Sorbel is Khalid's assistant. He is the only one who was kind to Idris. In the past, most people in the castle disliked her so much that even her status as Archduchess meant nothing to them. Khalid said he would be happy to do it himself, but there was a lot of work accumulated. The lady replied that she understood everything perfectly, but in the past, he had never paid attention to her. Ethan asked how Lady Kaltz was. She shared, Kaltz falls in love with her beauty and tranquility, which are not found in the Empire. And here she feels at peace. The young man said he was glad to hear this, but in reality he was afraid she might like him because of the numerous rumors. Idris replied that she doesn't pay attention to gossip and doesn't care who says what. It all started when one day her father brought him and declared him his son in Kaltz. Red eyes were considered a sign of the devil, so Khalid was not known from the best side. Moreover, Khalid greatly contributed to the victory of the war, which led to rumors that he was possessed by a demon. Ethan said that since childhood his lordship had been attacked by many people because of his red eyes. And his reserved behavior only assured them that they were right. He had been oppressed since childhood, and Idris was familiar with this situation. Because the same thing happened to her. She didn't know it and understood that it was difficult for him and that the feeling of hopelessness was his constant companion at that time. Ethan finished showing the girl the castle and immediately informed the young man about it. And a conversation took place between them about him. He wanted to know what the lady had said and was afraid to admit that from the beginning he had been concerned about his wife's opinion. Ethan said that his lordship does not care about rumors and that she is very wise not to let gossip deceive her. He was going to visit the girl because after all she had been given the opportunity to reunite with her. He found the lady in a nightgown lying on the bed. She was still awake, but soon tidied herself up and became very worried upon seeing the young man in her bedroom. Khalid asked the girl to go to bed after the tour, which clearly took a lot of energy out of her. He carefully tucked a lock of black hair behind her ear and asked if the lady was still afraid of him. Khalid asked the reason, but the girl only replied that he was the person she should be afraid of. He wanted to reassure the lady and told her that he had never done anything to scare her. On the contrary, he even saved her. Khalid sat down next to Idris, trying to calm her down. There was panic and worry in the girl's eyes, and Khalid knew that in the future he would need to find words that would help Idris recover. He left the bedroom. The lady was left alone and did not understand what the young man meant by saying these words. The next morning she woke up, and the first thing she smelled was a sweet floral aroma. They were black roses. In the language of flowers, it means that a person belongs to another forever. And she did not believe that the ruthless Khalid could send her this beautiful bouquet. The maid admired the bouquet and cheerfully said, "These roses have exactly the same deep black shade as Idris's hair." The maid Elsa started praising the young man out loud, but Idris warned her that they were in cults, and that she should watch her language. She gave the bouquet to the maid and asked her to put it in a vase, but under the bouquet there was a small black envelope. It said that Khalid would pick her up at 1 o'clock, but he had never asked her for anything in the past. And it was definitely a date. Elsa pointed to the flowers and confidently stated that since he sent flowers, it is definitely an invitation to a date. She suggested that the young man was probably planning to prepare for a ball in honor of this day. Elsa said that the girl didn't even have a suitable dress for such a solemn evening. And why not inform the Archduke about this? She was right. Idris had no clothes for such an occasion, as her family only allowed her to wear the master's wife's old clothes. Therefore, her dresses had long been out of style. These people hated her so much that there was no talk of spending money on her. This had made it very difficult for her and Elsa to find anything suitable in the past. But this time, Idris had a strong feeling that things would soon be completely different. She carefully selected an outfit that combined grace and elegance and subtly enhanced her beauty with sophisticated accessories. And she was ready for a date. Khalid was already waiting for the girl. He entered the room in an elegant suit and congratulated Idris. He said that in a few days a gala ball would take place, and he would like to prepare outfits. The girl suddenly turned around, because for a moment, she thought the young man's appearance was quite attractive. She asked what impression the girl had of cults, and the lady said the country was very beautiful. No one had ever asked for her opinion, except for the maid Elsa, who had been with her for many years. Soon they arrived at a clothing store, and Idris was surprised to see the boutique of the famous Madame Redmond in front of her. Madame Redmond is very demanding and treats aristocrats based solely on her impressions. Moreover, the dresses she makes are quite expensive even for most of high society. Idris would have loved to have a new, simple dress instead of the Duchess's discarded rags. Khalid took the girl's hand and said, "Stop thinking for too long and go into the boutique." Madame Redmond greeted the guests and said she had been looking forward to them. The young man said he brought the girl here because this place is very popular among aristocrats. The girl wondered how much money she would need to buy dresses in such a famous boutique. Idris had no knowledge of clothes or the latest popular fashion trends. Madame's assistants rushed towards her with measuring tapes and began taking Idris's measurements for a new dress. The Archduke asked to show all the dresses that would suit the girl. The ladies took out a coat rack with a bunch of dresses, and Idris began to worry that she wouldn't be able to try them all on. The young man approached the rack and looked closely at the large number of dresses. And he confidently declared that he would buy them all, causing the ladies to open their mouths in surprise. Idris feared that at this rate, a fortune could be spent, and told the young man that it was unnecessary to go that far. She informed Madame that all dresses must be delivered to the palace tomorrow. Idris said she was sure they would choose matching outfits for each other. The ball would take place in a few days, and the young man just had to buy everything quickly. And the lady wondered if the young man had always led such a luxurious life. He never spent money on unnecessary things and was quite greedy in terms of money. The girl asked, "Why does he do all this?" And the young man replied, "Simply because she deserves it." It was like a confession, and a bright blush instantly appeared on Idris's cheeks. Her face glowed with heat from embarrassment, and for some reason she felt very ashamed hearing those words. She said she couldn't sleep yesterday and hadn't slept well all night, and Khalid was interested in the reason. The girl couldn't tell the whole truth, that she couldn't sleep because of his words, and if she said so it might seem like she felt a lot of sympathy for him. She spoke of her nightmare, in which she died from a wound in her stomach. Idris immediately thought she had said it in vain, and probably shouldn't have told him. Khalid asked if she remembered anything else about that nightmare. She gave no details, and replied that it was just a bad dream and perhaps she was just not used to the bed. Khalid took Idris to eat, and the lady was surprised by the variety of delicious food he had prepared. The young man brought a fork with a piece of juicy meat to her mouth, and tried to take care of her so the lady wouldn't be hungry. He was glad she liked everything and was moved by her funny emotions. She expressed her admiration for the incredibly delicious dishes to the cook, and thanked him. It was a great honor for the chef to receive praise from someone as important as Idris. Indeed, she was incredibly happy to be able to taste such a wonderful meal, because she had never had anything like it in her family. But she noticed something strange. Yesterday's restaurant cook looked very much like this cook. She was not mistaken. The young man said he brought the cook here because Idris liked yesterday's dishes. Idris did not understand why make such sacrifices for everything to be at the highest level. The young man approached the lady and told her that seeing her happy face every day was enough for him. And Idris couldn't believe that this man was the tyrant who never smiled at her. Suddenly, she shook her head because she thought that now she should only think about her safety. After dinner, a young couple walked down the hall. The Archduke asked why they shouldn't practice dancing together a bit. It was supposed to take place very soon, and Idris had to prepare and agree. Khalid took the lady's hands and told her that the first dance would be slow and with measured movements. According to him, the girl managed well and had a great sense of rhythm. While performing one of the moves, she found herself too close to his chest, and she felt uncomfortable. She feared the young man might be unpleasant and decided to step back a little, but she stumbled and started to fall. The girl, while falling, managed to grab her husband's hand and stepped on his foot at that moment. He noticed that the girl was nervous beside him and asked if she felt any discomfort. The young man gently embraced the lady and whispered to her that something was bothering her a lot, but that he would always be there and support her. In fact, Idris understood that this was not discomfort, but trembling feelings. She realized that she was truly in love with Khalid, and his kindness and tenderness made her so. Khalid turned around and said that they should stop studying for now and leave it at that. The young man tried to quickly get to his office, as he was invaded by a wave of strong emotions. He felt that he was so happy that she accepted his proposal and was happy like a child. Moreover, he didn't notice her mistakes at all and how she stepped on his foot. At that moment, it seemed to him that he was about to burst with overwhelming emotions. The fault of these clear eyes. The fiery sunset penetrated the castle windows. Idris was sitting at the table. If you think about it, she did not meet Khalid after the dance practice. The lady thought she had made many mistakes, and it seemed that this was enough to ruin Khalid's mood. She was afraid that the young man would start treating her, as in the past, with rudeness and cruelty. But she really hoped that this would not happen. But standing in front of his office door, I still didn't dare to let him in. Ethan walked by and saw the lady standing timidly near the door and hesitating to enter. Although the Archduke would probably be happy to see her, Idris said she was worried that the young man was angry because she stepped on his foot while dancing. But Ethan just laughed out loud in response and said that this definitely couldn't happen. He assured that the girl could be sure of his great and sincere love for her. It was the first time in her whole life she had heard such words addressed to herself. It was not surprising, because the Count called her pathetic and repeated that she should never have been born. And now it seemed to Idris as if her heart was filled with warm feelings and pleasant ones. As Ethan said the young man would be happy, she decided to enter. Khalid did not see that it was Idris who entered and asked not to be distracted. He raised his eyes in her direction and jumped in surprise when he saw a frightened girl standing in front of him. The young man couldn't come to his senses for a while because he did not expect to see the lady here at all. He began to worry that he was interrupting, but Khalid said he had just finished and that he wasn't busy at all. He asked the reason for her appearance. Idris said she just wanted to apologize for the mistakes during the dance. The young man smiled and told the lady not to worry about this under any circumstances. She asked him if the reason he left was because she stepped on his foot too hard. Idris feared she had come at the wrong time and immediately said it would be better if she left. The lady thanked the young man, handed him the papers that had fallen from the table, and was about to leave. But Khalid gently took her hand and asked her to stay. He convinced the lady that he was never busy for her and was happy to spend time. He invited the girl to stay in his office for a while and have some delicious tea together. Idris was holding a cup of tea. She was about to taste the tea prepared by Khalid for the first time, and it was a little exciting. She even had the slight feeling that she was at an unscheduled tea party. Khalid decided to tell her that his departure after the ball had nothing to do with her, and that he would never dare to get angry with her. Idris looked at him with naive eyes and wanted to believe every word he said. The ball in honor of cults had finally arrived, and Idris was very worried and concerned about this. The maid Elsa was incredibly delighted when she saw the exquisite dress of Madame Redmond on the girl. She wanted Khalid to have the same opinion, but she tried to convince herself that she should not have false expectations. Idris awkwardly opened the room door and saw the figure of a young man standing in front of her. It was Khalid. He looked very handsome in that black suit and red tie. He took the lady's hand, and Idris did not expect that they would immediately go to the celebration together. The young man congratulated the girl, telling her that she was always beautiful, but today she looked even more beautiful. His gentle smile was so charming that Idris felt embarrassed. The guests learned of the arrival of His Excellency, Archduke Khalid Ruin, and Archduchess Idris Beatriz. As expected, she immediately felt the gaze of the aristocrats, of whom there were quite a few. The guests immediately began whispering that the young man seemed very pleased, and that this was probably due to his lordship, and many talked about his family and her reputation. The girl knew they would whisper about her behind her back and trembled at the condemning looks. The young man suddenly said, "Why don't the ladies come out and say everything in person, instead of whispering like rats?" He picked up the dinner knife and asked why everyone suddenly fell silent. Because they had just tried to humiliate Idris with obscene speeches about honor. He brought the knife close to the guest's face and said, "Even with such a small knife, you can cause harm easily." Idris intervened and tried to stop the young man, because today was a very auspicious day. And she did not want foreign blood to be shed, and many people would not be able to enjoy the ball. She said it was okay, and that she really hoped they would have fun together. The young man smiled and suggested that in this case, let's continue with the dance and the waltz. They took the glasses in their hands, looked at each other sweetly, and at that moment something sparked between them in relation to each other. Aristocrats from all over the country gathered at a luxurious ball held in the palace. Elegantly dressed ladies in silk dresses and diamonds on their necks and ears floated through the hall, greeting each other with exquisite bows and smiles, gentlemen in tailcoats and tuxedos. Political intrigues and business were discussed, toasts were made to the health of the king and the well-being of the country, the music of an orchestra played, and the evening was filled with fun. Smiles and secrets hidden behind the majestic castle walls. Idris smiled modestly, and a crimson blush appeared on her cheeks from embarrassment. The young man was sure that the girl liked him so much that only dancing with him would make her happy. Idris didn't know what to answer and stood there for a while, mouth wide open. Suddenly, Khalid turned around and asked the young man next to him to leave. All the guests noticed that the girl addressed the Archduke by his name. And it was quite strange. Idris said she had a couple of questions, but she shouldn't neglect relations with her subjects. So she decided to go talk to the others. The lady stood to the side, holding a glass of champagne in her hands and looking at Khalid from afar with a sad look. She knew that his attitude towards her seemed very strange, because politeness and good manners did not suit his image. The lady wanted to ask him about the change in behavior, about his words before her death, and why he kept moving her heart. But every time she was about to utter a word, she was overcome by wild fear. And she feared that his kindness would disappear, and the young man would change dramatically. But now that she realized that Khalid really liked her, she could no longer postpone this conversation. So she decided that today she would definitely gather the courage and talk to him. A young man approached the Archduchess and apologized for his rudeness in daring to ask. This was Harold Florent, a descendant of the powerful Florent family of cult. And he always hated her. Harold was the proud son of a respected family and simply could not accept a half-breed. He openly mocked Idris's origins and constantly ridiculed her lineage. And if he angers the eldest son of an influential family, she will be the only one in trouble. Ethan stood up for the lady and said that the young man had no manners, and his attitude towards his lordship was much worse than he expected. The young man continued, others might misinterpret his attitude towards the lady, but the boy just smiled sarcastically. Ethan asked Harold to apologize for his rude words and disrespectful attitude. He turned around and said, "It seems he went too far," and apologized for his behavior. Ethan was not going to let what was happening go, and said if the young man was truly indifferent to Kult's manners. And this became immediately apparent from his actions. It seemed that Harold began to get angry and did not like that someone dared to tell him what to do and what to say. Ethan asserted that if the young man did not want bad rumors about him to spread, he suggested that Harold apologize properly. The young man bowed and asked the lady for forgiveness for being very disrespectful to her due to his poor judgment. And unintentionally. Idris said she held no grudge, and Ethan couldn't believe she so easily forgave such a rude person, and that she was very kind to those people. The ball was coming to an end, and the music played more quietly. Idris went out onto the balcony for some fresh air. Khalid majestically approached her, with a kind look and a slight smile. And gentle. He hugged the girl and admitted that he only wanted to be by her side, without unnecessary envious glances. The Archduke asked her what she wanted to ask him then, and she admitted that nothing else came to mind but that. Idris mustered up the courage and finally asked. She wanted to know why the young man treated her in that way. He acted as if he liked her, but in the past, things were completely different. Instantly, the young man's eyes changed, and he asked if the lady really remembered anything from their past. He approached, placed his hands on his wife's shoulders, and repeated his question. The young man asked her what moment she remembered, and the girl was surprised why he asked that question. She admitted that she remembered everything from the first day of their wedding until his sudden death. The young man held his head and said he did not expect such a result, and that everything was very strange. Idris was unsure if his return to the past had anything to do with him, or if it was all an illusion. She admitted that she was finally convinced that Khalid had saved her life and wished him no harm. The young man was worried. She knew he was the murderer and still sincerely trusted him. She hugged him tenderly with fear and told him, it wasn't him, it was the assassin's doing. At that moment, she received a mortal wound, and her soul could barely hold on in a body that was on the verge of death. She insisted that he was not to blame, and that in the end he would have died anyway. But he insisted that he had taken her life and let her die himself. Khalid caused her terrible pain, and then convinced the girl that everything was fine for her. He thought she was ignorant and wanted to start over, so that from now on everything would exist only for her. As a result, it turned out that the young man had once gone back in time, and the girl could find no explanation for this. Khalid understood that there was no point in hiding anymore, and not a single person would dare to tamper with time. He asked her if she believed in the existence of the devil, and the question sounded very strange on his lips. Idris tried to understand the reason for this question. Everyone knew that demons destroyed each other due to their unique warring nature. The love for battles and blood compelled them to kill everyone without exception. The survivors returned to the underworld and could no longer be found on Earth. The girl was sure that they had long since disappeared from the face of the earth. Khalid told her the truth, that in front of her was a creature with the blood of the devil. And his scarlet eyes were not easily considered devilish. Idris considered these to be mere superstitions, but they reminded the young man of his essence. His father got involved with the she-devil. As a result, she, having abandoned him on Earth, returned to the underworld, and the father had no plans to raise his son and had no choice but to bring him to his property. He said that the blood of the devil is imbued with a power that man was not capable of possessing. Idris covered her mouth with her hands, closed her eyes in fear, and guessed an ability. Only once in his life could a young man turn back time and correct the mistakes he had once made. The devil's blood flowed in him, and the young man's abilities were limited. He took the girl's hand and asked if she felt hatred towards him for all his actions. She wanted to live from the moment the assassin wounded her. And the same happened when Khalid asked her if she wanted to. Her life was so miserable that the lady was ready to give up at any moment. But in the end, she desperately clung to it. She said that even if the young man were a real demon, she would still ask him for help. The lady could not understand why he had scorned her in the past, but the young man insisted that it was not true. And in fact, he loved her very much then and loves her now. Khalid did not want this marriage, but the only thing he wanted from his previous life was Idris. When considering her candidacy, he thought from the photograph that the lady really did not want to marry. They had no meetings or engagements, and everything happened in the blink of an eye. Khalid was able to see Idris for the first time only on the wedding day. On their wedding night, Idris felt terrible and could not stop worrying and trembling. Then he rushed and said that if it became known that they had not had a wedding night, her reputation would fall very low. In his opinion, in a marriage of convenience, there could be no room for feelings. And it was necessary to simply follow the contract. However, over time he had to change his mind, and everything happened thanks to Idris. At first, he questioned her kindness, Then she took care of the young man and brought him delicious teas made from special tea leaves. The young man thought the lady was trying to dismiss him and found this act very brave on her part. If you think about it, Idris was honest and kind, always trying to fulfill her duties. But for Khalid, who was used to receiving only hateful threats from others, her favor seemed something unimaginable. Indeed, the tea was quite hot, but at the same time very sweet, and especially because it contained no poison. After this incident, Idris began to occupy his thoughts more and more often. Coming to his senses, Khalid often noticed her, consciously remembering all her movements, and repeated them in his head. Idris approached the maid and asked if her head hurt. Elsa confirmed that she had a slight cold. Idris was very different from Khalid, and fleeting feelings quickly turned into deep ones. And among the people who considered him a monster, Idris was the only one who saw him as a person. Khalid fell deeply in love with her. Idris's voice was so sweet to him. Despite his deep feelings, Khalid expressed them with extreme clumsiness. Learning that she liked flowers, he decorated the entire palace with them. Idris, who practically owned the garden, visited it only occasionally. One day, she stumbled on the door threshold. Khalid immediately got rid of all thresholds in the courtyard, but this did not make him feel better. And he visited Idris, who had twisted her ankle. It was probably due to uncomfortable shoes, but all the aristocrats wore shoes. She was always afraid of misplacing the young man and promised never to fall again. Idris could organize luxurious parties every day in the palace and could buy an entire cart of jewelry or a mountain of dresses. Khalid earned a lot and had plenty of money, and he wanted Idris to live as she wished. The girl eventually established boundaries between them, and eventually Khalid began to distance himself from her just as she wanted. He used to be busy at work, but sometimes he would still run into her by accident. But soon he stopped even doing that. He no longer approached her because that was her wish. One day, while looking at papers, Khalid felt Idris's energy suddenly begin to disappear. And very quickly, the young man went out into the hallway and saw a girl in front of him, with a spot of violet blood on her stomach. He then promised that in his next life, he would definitely try to earn her trust, and to start everything from scratch so that from now on everything would exist only for Idris. The lady asked him if he ordered her not to approach him. Khalid would start avoiding her, just like in the past. But he promised that for her sake, he was ready to start a war, ready to kill his uncle, and give him the throne. Idris did not want this, and said that one good monster was enough for her, and the only thing she wanted was for the young man to stay with her. The girl lay in bed that night, and could not sleep because of the constant thoughts spinning in her head. Suddenly, the lady realized that there was no one-sided love between them, but completely mutual. She could not believe that her beloved felt the same feelings for her. Khalid remained sitting at his desk late into the night and could not get thoughts of Idris out of his head. His mind was repeating the moment when Idris said she only wanted to be close to him. He simply realized, judging by these words, the girl felt something for him too. The young man was eager to see the lady and hurried to her bedroom. But Idris was already sleeping deeply in her bed. He stroked her sleeping face with his hand and contemplated her beautiful and elegant beauty. Idris woke up alone, and judging by the cold bed, Khalid did not come to sleep here at night. She thought, just yesterday he said he loved her and would do whatever she wanted. But they never visited their rooms together. Elsa entered the bedroom and wished her ladyship good morning. She said that the Archduke asked her to convey that he would be absent from breakfast today. His lordship had been working until recently and went out for a short walk in the flower garden. The girl had a feeling that he was avoiding her, and she was very interested in this question. She entered the garden and remembered that Khalid had arranged the garden in the past. But that was long after their wedding. Now she was tormented by the idea of why he had prepared all this so early. The lady saw a young man entering through the archway, and it was Khalid. She immediately realized that someone was standing behind him. He turned around and saw Idris. He immediately said that if she prevented him from looking around here, she could leave the garden. The girl said she was looking for him and wanted to ask why he wasn't having breakfast and wasn't spending the night with her. The young man turned around and said quietly that he was simply busy, so he could not attend. He behaved the same way in the past. In a contractual relationship, it is better to stay away from each other. The young man kindly warned the lady not to behave so kindly. Otherwise, he might have all sorts of thoughts. For example, what she really likes and really wants to be with him. Suddenly, he said that all these words were true, and that the lady really felt sympathy for him. He took her by the shoulders and asked her to repeat the words. And Idris sweetly said that she liked him. She confessed it yesterday, and today he acted as if nothing had happened, so the girl was unsure of his words. And asked him to be sincere with her. The young man sank onto her shoulder and carefully called the girl by her name. Khalid stood in front of Idris. His heart beat wildly, but determination burned in his eyes. He gathered courage for a long time. But finally, he decided to take a bold step and confessed his love to the girl. After a moment, he stepped away so as not to seem too arrogant and persistent in front of the lady. Idris wondered why the young man dedicated himself to the flower garden, and in the past, she was sure he didn't like flowers. But it turned out that he created this place especially for her, because she is the most compelling reason. He once heard from Ethan that the girl loved flowers. Khalid was not a flower lover. But if a few buds made Idris happy, he could plant at least 1,000 for her. Khalid handed her a black rose and told her that her happiness was his greatest joy. But despite his love for flowers, for some reason the lady did not come to the garden. And he said she could walk of her own free will wherever she wanted, and there was no place here where she couldn't go. Idris shared her feelings that she felt very happy, as she was in the garden prepared for her with her loved one. She smiled cheerfully, holding a black rose in her hands, and at that moment she simply smiled with happiness. The young man and the lady were in the garden under the rays of the setting sun. Silence reigned around, only the light whisper of the wind reminded of the living nature. The young man's hand easily slipped over the lady's shoulder. His touch was gentle, filled with love and admiration. He lifted her face, and their lips slowly moved closer in a kiss that enveloped them both in magic. This instant kiss was like a revelation. All his passion, tenderness, and desire to be together resonated in it, and they felt the world around them freezing, and time stopping to preserve this moment for centuries. The lady shared that she had read in books that when you kiss, you can hear a melody, or the sound of a bell. But she was deafened by the frantic beating of her heart and heard nothing but this. The young man did not want to burden the girl with that conversation, but he asked if by chance she remembered her killer. This question made her shudder, and her heart beat with fear and discomfort. The girl lowered her head and began to choke up. Khalid hugged her and apologized for going too far. He had a lot of time to think about who killed her that night, but his face was covered. Perhaps the aristocrats wanted to marry him to another girl by killing Idris, since they always hated her. The young man suggested if it could be someone from her family, and the lady trembled violently upon hearing about it. Khalid thought about it. In the past, he had never said that he wanted to go home or that he missed his parents. Perhaps the problem lies with the family itself, and the matter still needs to be investigated. He said that it was not worth bringing up the subject, and once again asked for forgiveness. He acted tactlessly and reminded the girl of the moments when she felt terrible pain. The lady decided to go to rest, but the thought that one of her relatives could be a killer did not leave her until the end of the conversation. She couldn't say that she guessed it before her death. She thought that her father or brothers might not have known about her death, but they could well have been involved in her murder. Khalid tried to figure it out among the many aristocrats of cults. No one had any serious intention of killing Idris. But there were also quite a few who could have done this intentionally, and the first thing the young man did, returning to the past, was to start an investigation to find out who killed Idris. Unfortunately, after a long investigation, he did not find. There was no clue, but Idris was definitely afraid of my family. Since it was she who was murdered, the young man had to focus on her and not on himself. Idris and Elsa sat at the table and discussed the garden, which turned out to have been built for Idris. The girls suggested to the maid that they go together to look at the beautiful flowers when they had free time. She felt much calmer after talking to Elsa and relaxed a bit. A maid entered the room and said that the Archduke was waiting for Idris in the dining room. And the girl replied that she would be there soon. Most likely, he finished early today and greeted his wife with a happy smile. Khalid said he put aside his work to see each other and spend time together. Suddenly, the young man asked at what time the lady was going to bed, so that he could come too. The girl realized with horror that today they would have to sleep together, and this was probably due to the words she had said before. She composed herself and replied that she would be delighted to wait for him in her bedroom tonight. The maids gasped at what they heard, and the lady woke up. And she said it out loud in front of 3 maids. Khalid smiled and said he would hurry so as not to make her wait long. It was already too late, and the lady was sure she would find out soon, even though they had already slept together before. She decided to take a hot bath first and then meet her husband, whom she promised to wait for in the bedroom. She was very nervous, but she couldn't even discuss it with her maid Elsa. But she was already aware of all the news. And she tried to calm the girl down. Idris told her that she felt more fear than anticipation, and that something was probably wrong with her. Elsa said that it is normal to get excited about unpredictable things. Or it may be because the lady is still thinking about her wedding night. They had slept together many times in the past, but she had never felt this way before. Elsa tied the belt of her bathrobe and said that everyone was very worried about her relationship with the Archduke. And now it seemed to Idris that everyone was even more worried than she was. Archduke Khalid was sitting reading on a soft bed in his luxurious bedroom. Dressed in a silk robe decorated with embroidery that emphasized his high status and greatness. The young man noticed that the lady was not very comfortable in such a short robe, which she clearly did not choose, and said that if she didn't like it, then she shouldn't have worn it. Khalid touched the girl's cheek with his hand, but she suddenly jumped up and shouted that it was fine. He understood that the lady was simply uncomfortable and asked not to get too excited. Because everything was fine. Even if they are husband and wife, this does not mean that they have to do this every time they lie next to each other in bed. Khalid did not want the lady to get nervous and told her that he would not pressure her, and that she could relax. The young man suggested talking before going to bed, and Idris had no idea what the topic of conversation could be. She turned her head towards her husband and asked if he wanted to discuss something special. Khalid expressed that he would like to know more about the girl, but in all of Idris's life. For the first time, someone asked her to talk about herself, and no one had been interested in her before. She said she liked flowers, and Khalid replied that if she likes receiving flowers from him, he is ready to decorate her room with flowers all year round. Idris was worried that if he did this, people might throw mud at her for excessive extravagance. But the young man asked her to think better of him. Khalid had not been like this before, and now he was saying embarrassing things. Idris decided to start the story with what she didn't like, and it was her family of origin who treated her with humiliation. Arrogance reigned in her family, constantly emanating from her brother. Her father always looked at the rice with contempt. They treated her like she was nothing. Idris knew very well what they thought of her, but there were times when she wanted them to accept her. Times when she wanted warm love, and in the end they were still her family. How stupid it was of her to want the love of her father and brothers when these people did not accept her as a person. And she was just an object that would one day be used for profit. And then Kate's second eldest brother gave her a bruise. Khalid took the girl's hands and told her she went through a lot living among these terrible people. He swore they would pay for everything and understood how painful it was to relive those terrible memories. The young man asked if he could ask one more question that he had been interested in for a long time. He asked why her relatives hated her so much, since she was also Beatrice. Khalid did not know, but Idris was only half an aristocrat, especially because she was the daughter of a maid. Although they rarely spent time together in the past, And in this life, they have been living hand in hand for over a year. Idris thought he already knew about her origin, but it seemed Khalid married without knowing the whole truth. And she was sure that if Khalid found out the whole truth, he would realize that he had wasted his only chance to reverse time on the pathetic daughter of a servant. And he might hate her because she tricked him into using his power. The girl's behavior changed instantly, and Khalid began to worry. He was sure this question hurt her. Idris would cry if she were expelled because of her origin. She absolutely had nowhere to go. She sat down in front of the young man and told him she had to confess to him. She started crying and said she did not grow up as Lady Beatrice, and that she was not a purebred aristocrat. That her mother was a maid who had a short relationship with the Count, and that she was just an illegitimate daughter. Tears quickly clouded her vision. She was sure the young man was angry and would accuse her of lying. She called him Your Highness and admitted that, compared to him, she was an illegitimate aristocrat. And she couldn't call the Archduke by his name. And if he ordered her to leave, she should at least be grateful she was allowed to live. Khalid didn't care what family Idris belonged to or what her lineage was. He didn't care if she was a commoner or not. He didn't care about her relationship with her family and simply loved her for who she was. He hugged the girl and told her that she was all he needed. The young man leaned over the lady and gently touched her lips with a slight movement of his lips. His heart beat faster, and something tender and warm shone in his eyes. She felt a touch full of romance and passion that mysteriously penetrated her soul. And Idris closed her eyes, enjoying a moment that felt like an eternity. He gently touched her face and told her that she shouldn't think about those things and that he would never hate her. She didn't intentionally hide anything from him, and she thought he already knew everything beforehand. Khalid said he wanted her to know that his feelings would never change. And he hoped she would trust him. The young man sat in his office and asked Ethan if he had brought information about Beatrice's family. He asked if Ethan knew about Idris's origins and the information about her impure blood. He agreed, and it turned out that Khalid was the only one who didn't know. The first pages of the report contained general information. The following pages contained information about personal matters like family relationships and related rumors. He realized they were buying large quantities of weapons, personally gathering their own army, and evading property taxes. Ethan said that Idris was not allowed to eat in the family dining room and that she was treated differently. She was given the same food as the servants, while the rest of the family ate much better. From Idris's appearance, one could even notice that she had suffered malnutrition several years ago. And she was treated even worse than the servants. Power, respect, reputation, she never had all this. Khalid promised himself that he would do everything possible to ensure that she would never suffer again, and that she would receive everything this world had to offer. The servant notified the Archduke. A letter arrived for Idris, and he handed it to Khalid, whom he found in the hallway. He looked closely at the sender's address and realized it was a letter from her family to Beatrice. Early in the morning, the young man entered the girl's bedroom and asked if she had woken up and how she felt. He approached her and said she had swollen eyes and that the lady had probably been crying. Idris said she wanted to take a bath, and Khalid hugged her from behind and flirtatiously offered help. The young man didn't dare insist and said they could see each other later and that he wouldn't bother her. Idris noticed that Khalid was holding a letter in his hands, but for some reason he didn't mention it. She suggested that it might possibly be a secret document, and there was no point in asking. Elsa brought a blanket and was surprised that the girl asked for it. She also noticed that something was wrong with Idris's eyes. The maid brought ice and applied it to the girl's face, who looked a little tired. Elsa was happy that Idris finally spent the night with Khalid and praised their love. Elsa happily stated that not only were the lady's eyes swollen, but her lips also looked red. After a while, the swelling around the girl's eyes finally disappeared. Khalid entered her room. In his hands was a tray with fresh aromatic fruits and a bottle of wine. He said he got worried and thought she was sick because Idris had previously asked the maid to bring her breakfast in bed. Idris pounced on the delicacy with great appetite and ate the delicious food with pleasure. Khalid poured a glass of wine made from rare grapes grown in cults, known for their juiciness, and he wanted the lady to try it. Idris took a sip and felt a repugnantly sweet taste that she liked very much. Khalid was glad the girl liked the wine and promised to bring it to her more often. After breakfast, the young couple walked around the compound, and Idris said that if he wanted, she could openly talk about her family. She asked him if he ever thought that her death was because he didn't give in to the demands of her family. And that letter was from her family. They were demanding the rights to the Cortez mines, and the same thing happened in the past. And that letter was indeed from her father, Duke Beatrice. It could be said that the young man didn't give his father what he wanted, and after that the daughter became useless to him. Before their wedding, he complied with one of his political demands as a favor for the marriage proposal. But after the wedding, his demands became increasingly excessive. And Khalid began to simply ignore him. Idris's father probably realized that he couldn't influence Khalid in any way, and perhaps decided that he no longer needed her. Objectively speaking, Khalid's theory made sense, as far as she remembered. Her father only cared about how useful Idris would be to him. He had scorned and hated her since childhood, and Idris was sure he would rather get rid of her. There were many cases where, due to Idris's existence, he was ridiculed by the aristocrats. Moreover, he was a very wasteful person, stingy with praise and harsh with punishments. Her half-siblings also hated her, so they would probably agree to kill her. His family really could do such a thing. She was always just an obstacle that needed to be removed, Khalid reported. There were other nobles against him, but since they rarely saw Idris in the past, she couldn't imagine any of them truly hating her, and they certainly wouldn't gain any benefit from her death. Without a wife, Khalid still had no heir, which could leave Colt unstable and weak, and he is sure the aristocrats wouldn't like that. But in fact, there were still people who hated Khalid. They called themselves Irivos. They were a murderous group of demons, and they believed Khalid was a demon who needed to be destroyed. He said that this group had previously spread gossip and rumors about him, which later discredited his reputation. Indeed, the killer could be the Duke, and this confirmed that her father was only looking for profit in her. She was just something that could be discarded as soon as she ceased to be useful. Idris felt disgusted, as if falling into darkness. She knew this option was likely true. Khalid placed his hand on her chest and promised to protect the girl at the cost of his own life. Idris smiled and said that this time she was not in the mood to die and say goodbye to life. Her father must have thought that the lady could persuade Khalid because she knew his weakness. And he had her mother. Even then, she knew that her father's requests were always absurd and too arrogant. But as long as she had her mother, she had no choice but to beg Khalid to give him what he wanted. And in that house, where no one accepted her as a family member, her mother was the only one who cared for her. That sweet tea she made for her daughter, the songs they sang together at night. It was the only thing that allowed her to survive in that hateful house. The young man said that knowing the Duke had her mother in his hands, he couldn't simply continue refusing his demand. But Idris insisted that he must not comply with Duke Beatrice's demands. And every time he refused, the Duke threatened to kill her mother. But the man knew that as soon as he dared to raise a hand against his mother, he would forever lose Idris as the last pawn he placed in the palace. After all, this was only the first letter he had sent, and it wouldn't matter much if the young man rejected him this time. Khalid said he was going to tell the Duke that he would comply with his demands and offer to come here to lure him into a trap. He will tell him that the man needs to come to discuss the details, and at the same time, ask him to bring his mother. And this plan will help her save her from the clutches of the cruel Duke. Khalid, on top of everything, was going to punish the Dukes and all his children, as he is the Duke of the Empire. This will not be so easy, since there is no evidence that it was he who hired the mercenary to kill her. The young man smiled and was sure that as soon as Beatrice's family arrived at Kald's, he would instantly take care of them and destroy everyone who dared to offend Idris. He promised they couldn't easily escape from here once they entered these lands, no matter how strong they were in the empire. Idris wondered if he would punish her father and her brothers, and if the emperor would stand aside. Khalid said that most likely the emperor would agree with his decision. And Idris was very surprised, because he would punish one of the high-ranking aristocrats. The count wanted to acquire the rights to the mines so he could own the stones found there. And it was all for economic benefit. A magic stone could absorb magic, and anyone who owned it could receive it for themselves. And possessing such a stone was equivalent to taking possession of power itself. Knights coveted such stones because weapons become stronger when combined with a magic stone. And such swords were called enchanted swords. Her father was going to take possession of the mines and stones for a reason, but Idris did not understand that even the emperor would execute her father if he started forging those swords. Khalid smiled mysteriously and said that he already has a plan of action and that she can simply trust him. The next day, Khalid sent 2 letters, one to the Duke, stating that he was interested in discussing the terms of the mine rights. So he would have to visit Kaltz in person to discuss the details. And since Idris missed her mother very much, he asked the Count to bring her with him. Another letter was sent to the influential Kali's uncle from the emperor himself. It stated that he was busy managing Kaltz and forgot his duties as a nephew. The emperor thought that a hasty action could lead to the aristocrats rebelling upon learning of the Duke's suspicious activities. He smiled and thought the message was wonderful and decided to go there himself. Idris was informed that a letter had arrived stating that a representative would be sent to review the situation, and that the proof they sent to the emperor was working. And now all that remains is to await the response to his invitation for the Duke of Beatrice. And so far everything has gone according to plan. Idris had no attachment to her relatives, but still referred to her family, and experienced strange mixed feelings. Her father was a very powerful man, and she had never seen him lose. Perhaps she couldn't even imagine that this plan would be carried out. And he would be punished. Khalid smiled and confidently promised that everything would be fine and that victory would be on their side. Idris asked to protect her and her mother. The young man kissed her hand and said it would be a great honor for him. They had already received a response from the emperor, which meant that her father and her half-siblings must have already read Khalid's letter. The Duke really read the letter and thought it seemed Idris managed to persuade Khalid. He notified all family members and said that Khalid wanted to see him to discuss the details. But his only condition was to bring Idris's mother with him, and this was not difficult to achieve. The Duke understood that it would not be difficult to take a maid with him on a trip. But the only thing worrying him was that they might be planning something unexpected. There were rumors that if a person annoyed the Archduke, he would have their head cut off. And such a proud person, according to the Beatrice family, would not accept a maid into his house. The Duke said he would set a date and go to Kaltz to discuss the deal details. He left his eldest son in charge and decided to take the second one along to look after the maid. Duke Beatrice was jubilant. He could not believe that the rights to the long-awaited mines with magic stones would belong only to him. Fate was on his side, and soon the Beatrice family would become the new ruling family of the empire. Idris decided to read her father's letter, who supposedly pretended to care about her life. And it often breaks her heart because he is her own loving father. Idris could not contain her emotions and called her father the cruelest and most audacious person in the world. He always treated Idris as if she were a nobody, and now he dares to pretend to be a loving father. Khalid asked the girl not to think about his words, and the only important thing was that she would soon meet her mother. After reading this letter, she knew for sure that her father had never loved her in his life. Khalid could have simply followed his plan, keeping her in the dark. He didn't have to tell everything, and he could very well have taken revenge alone. This is Khalid's way of taking revenge for her death. But this was only the beginning of all his revenge. One day they were wiped off the face of the earth, so she wanted to do the same to them. Idris stood up abruptly and shouted at Khalid to promise her that he would completely erase the Count and Beatrice from the face of this world, that he would destroy him in the best way possible so that she would not regret it anymore. Khalid was pleased that the lady decided to act seriously and promised to fulfill all her requests. In fact, the Archduke could have handled the situation without Idris's consent. But if he had done so, he would have been no better than the Count, who always controlled her against her will. Idris had an expression of great confidence on her face, and this meant that she had definitely made up her mind. The lady invited the young man for tea together, and Khalid found this wonderful. The girl noticed that the young man seemed too bewildered and probably might be worried about something. She spoke. A strange feeling did not leave him, as if he were deliberately forcing the girl to take revenge. It would be a lie to say that everything is fine, but it is not his fault, and Idris only feels this way because she has too soft a character. And she sincerely believes him. At that tender moment, Ethan flew into the office without even thinking of knocking. He said that it was necessary to check the financial plan for the visit of Count Beatrice. And Idris rushed out of the office like lightning, citing the fact that she had promised to meet Elsa. Khalid looked threateningly at Ethan and asked if he had really entered here just for a financial plan. But he also came to say that the Count had left his estate this morning, and the trip to Kaltz would take about 4 days. Khalid was going to order the butler to do a final check of the premises. Ethan suggested that after everything was arranged, they should think about a small excursion. They received a message that Arivos is planning something, and they definitely need to monitor this group. Idris met Ethan in the hallway, who immediately asked if the lady probably felt unpleasant about all this. But it had happened before, and Khalid had already calmed her down. Ethan said, "There are people in this world who cannot be consoled at all. Moreover, some find words of comfort painful. They believe that trying to comfort them is mockery towards them. They don't believe that apparently happy people can be sincere and affectionate." Idris replied, "Some may feel this way because they are in a terrible situation. When someone finds themselves in such a sad situation, they have seen how they can become jealous of those who seem happy. But that doesn't mean those people are to blame. The environment shapes behavior. When someone cannot accept the beliefs of others, it means that something in the environment made them think that way." After these words, Ethan called Idris a very kind person and smiled. Ethan must have also been through hard times and seems to be better. Cain was not happy because he couldn't travel in the carriage next to his father. The Duke asked him to watch the maid, and the young man was outraged because he had to suffer because of some servant. Idris's mother replied that the Duke doesn't trust him, and it's surprising that it was him who was put in charge of watching the woman. The young man suddenly got angry and shouted at the lady to shut her mouth and not let her get her way. He had no doubt that she only felt safe because Idris had married the devil. Idris and Elsa walked through the flower garden, and the maid was amazed by the beauty. For Elsa, the main thing was that they had the opportunity to be here and contemplate the amazing beauty. Suddenly the girl got angry and almost cried. Idris immediately asked what happened. She said she had heard that the Duke would arrive at the palace soon. And she thought a lot about whether the lady should see her father, knowing he was the one making her life miserable. Idris would like to tell the whole truth about her plan. But she said the Duke was coming for political negotiations, and therefore she would not see him. But the Duke will also bring her mother here, and it will be a great opportunity to see her in person. And Elsa was very happy when she heard the news that Idris's mother would come here soon. The next day, Idris was reading a book in her room when Khalid suddenly entered her door. He asked if it was strange that he came to her bedroom, but the lady immediately said she wanted to say something else, and that she was busy every day and slept in the other bedroom. The young man looked at her tenderly in the eyes and reminded her that today was their wedding anniversary. The lady naturally forgot and was very surprised to remember the date, and the young man politely reminded her. He asked the lady not to worry. It hadn't been long since she accepted his feelings. He had no intention of pressuring her and said he could wait forever until her consent. He warned her that tomorrow a carriage would be prepared for her mother at the back door. He ordered the coachman to take her to his personal property, and Idris should make sure her mother got in. Khalid was the only one who knew the location of the property. This was really supposed to happen tomorrow, and her father and brothers, who intimidated Ella in the past, would be here. And tomorrow her only beloved mother, whom she loves with all her heart, should arrive. Khalid was sure that everything should go quietly, and the Duke would not cause trouble over her disappearance. Being more interested in discussing the extraction of magic stones, and while talking to him, Idris would take her away from the palace under the pretext that she wanted to talk personally. Bad thoughts assaulted Idris that nothing would go well, but the young man assured her that she only needed to sleep and relax before tomorrow. Lady Idris stands in front of a luxurious mirror in a beautiful white satin dress that frames her graceful figure. Its fabric glides smoothly over her skin, giving the image sophistication and nobility, as if she had been transported to another world where grace and elegance reigned. Surrounded by an atmosphere of luxury and sophistication, and her eyes shone with tenderness and infinite grace, like stars in the sky over a world sunk in darkness. Elsa was happy to see the girl in that dress, and Khalid was already waiting for her outside the door. She said she was ready and confidently took her husband's hand, feeling that she was under reliable protection. They went out with the guests, who were Beatrice's family, and today Idris was supposed to see her mother. She was very worried and immediately looked in her direction, feeling a kindred spirit by her side. Her mother, dressed in a light purple dress, looked shudderingly in Idris's direction. Idris couldn't recover immediately and silently looked in her direction for a while. The Duke stepped forward and bowed. He said it would be a great honor for him to meet the light of cults. Khalid said the journey was long and thanked them for coming, and probably a long time had passed since they had seen their wife. The father was surprised because he thought Idris would be treated with disdain, but she was wearing an expensive dress and a hairpin made of rare red jade, and it looked like his daughter was doing well, even despite her low birth. Khalid kept his eyes on the Duke and warned him that the man should remember that Idris is now an archduchess, and therefore she is also the ruler of cults. And from now on, he is obliged to treat her with great respect and regard. Khalid decided to ask how badly they had treated her in the past when she lived with the family. He replied that it must be because the young man treats her so well that she now prefers cults. And this was the vilest excuse. The Archduke invited everyone inside and asked Idris if she would like to speak privately with her mother. But suddenly, her brother announced that he would like to say goodbye to his mother and that she would have to go with them. He called her Your Highness. Idris was surprised how Khalid was pressuring him, and he immediately began addressing her with such respect. She smiled and said that everything was fine and that it would be better if he went with his father. And the Archduke? Khalid asked if his son really wasn't going to participate in the negotiations and cooperate. And the Duke immediately shouted at the young man not to dare bother the Archduke. Idris whispered to her mother that they could go into the room and talk together without prying eyes. On the way, Idris said that there was actually a carriage waiting for her that would take her to a safe place. And her mother suddenly asked her why she was going there. She understood that her daughter was trying to save her from the Duke, but she didn't understand what she would do next. The lady knew that the Duke demanded the impossible from her, intimidating her. That's why he is now trying to hide her only mother from the whole world. But Idris never thought of anything like that and only wishes the best for her mother. The woman was afraid to believe that the Archduke was not the one trying to remove her. But her daughter convinced her. She and Khalid planned everything together, and she asked her to believe him at least once in her life. The girl asked her not to worry. From today, she and Khalid will take care of her and handle everything. They reached the carriage, where the coachman was already waiting, and asked if Idris was aware of everything. He promised to deliver the lady safe and sound, and quickly left the place. Idris's father just saw the carriage leave through the window, but Khalid convinced him that he was the one who sent the servant on an errand. The man started thinking he was becoming paranoid, and if it weren't for the Archduke, he would never have left Idris and Haney alone. The emperor was wondering where Duke Beatrice and his son were today. The servant informed him that the man left his estate 5 days ago, so he should arrive at Kultz today. The emperor realized that Beatrice's property, in this case, should be empty during his absence. And it was time to do what Khalid suggested, but Ken Beatrice was still at the residence. The duke's eldest son, whom he apparently left alone to look after the estate while they were in Kultz. He couldn't stand still and missed such a unique opportunity presented to him by his nephew. He said they must find evidence to destroy these traitors and wipe them off the face of the earth. Imperial knights burst into the noble's property without warning. But the servant was powerless against them and their orders. The eldest son shouted why the hell he wasn't stopping them and was forced to do everything possible to prevent this from happening. The young man assumed that everything was planned by the Archduke, and in the office there were important documents that he didn't have time to get rid of, as well as letters that his father wrote to other aristocrats, offering to join the uprising. The knights were ordered to start searching from the second floor. The eldest son shouted at them to stop and that he would definitely pay for this. But no one listened to him. This was the emperor's own order, and the young man got very scared when he heard this. The knights stated that they were only following orders to inspect the traitor's estate in one of the boxes. Papers were found containing forbidden information about the creation of enchanted swords. And the emperor did not give them permission to do so. Khalid at that time had to pretend to negotiate to buy some time. But spending even such a short time with Duke Beatrice was unbearable. Soon the young man returned after a long conversation, and Idris immediately asked how everything went. She asked him if he suspected anything strange. The young man asked the girl not to worry. The most important thing was that her mother was gone and safe. She said her mother was worried and very cautious from the beginning. After all, she had experienced many things at the Duke's estate. Khalid had to do a lot for the plan to work. Suddenly, a majestic falcon flew through the window and landed on the Archduke's lesson. There was a letter attached to the bird's leg, but the lady had never seen a falcon used as a messenger bird. It was the emperor's falcon, and it only delivered secret messages. It must be urgent matters. And the letter contained good news. It is said that after a search of the property, evidence was found that the Duke was illegally trying to create an enchanted sword. And Ken Beatrice was arrested. While reviewing documents, correspondence with other aristocrats was found, through which they discussed the plan for the uprising. And finally, everyone will be punished for what they did, but for some reason Idris felt strange. As if relief was mixed with bitterness. Khalid pulled the lady by the dress and hugged her. He said that everything will definitely be fine because they are next to each other. When Idris's father and son spoke with Khalid, there was rude communication. Keith shouted that he was behaving inappropriately, supposedly calling them to negotiate the rights to extract the magic stone. But in reality, he was making them waste time with empty words. He was also outraged by the fact that Idris's mother, that is, her maid, did not return to her chambers last night. Khalid smiled and said, there are things the young man did not understand correctly. Firstly, Haney should not be treated as the Duke's maid anymore, as Idris is his wife. Haney is his mother-in-law. Secondly, he never stole her or forced her to do anything. And thirdly, from now on, he was forbidden to own any property. And all the things they treasured will turn to dust for the whole family starting today. The Duke did not believe these words and considered the Archduke's behavior unacceptable. Khalid laughed when he heard such a bold statement from a man who had many skeletons in his closet. The young man replied that for traitors to the empire, he was even speaking to them too politely. Idris said, everything seems quite pathetic, and their reactions are cowardly. The only option is to kneel and beg or categorically reject their claims. Khalid notified Beatrice's family. The emperor had probably already searched their house and seriously thought that he would give up the rights to extract magic stones. They have undoubtedly fallen directly into a trap, and it is very reckless and stupid of them. The Duke was outraged because the Archduke was buying time and actually just giving the emperor more time to search the house. And then they realized they had simply been set up. The brother immediately asked Idris to intervene and defend the family. He asked to tell the Archduke that they were innocent and that a serious mistake had clearly occurred. For the first time, Kate looked at her without hatred or contempt, and it was very pathetic. All she saw in those eyes full of prayer was despair, and a great fear of losing everything. Keith was the one who forbade himself from calling her brother his whole life, and hated the girl. And now he wants to return to the role of older brother, but it was already too late to become family. Idris stood up from her seat and slapped her brother hard with all her might for everything he had done. She called him a nonentity and said he didn't even know what she had to go through in that terrible house. Khalid said that they don't even seem to understand where they made a mistake and feel no remorse. But the lady did not want to answer them with the same cruelty with which they treated her. And if she did, she would be on the same level as them. Khalid brandished his sword and tore the young man's shirt. He considered the girl's words quite fair. And he should not bear the blame. Idris stopped the vengeance-thirsty and justice-seeking Khalid in time over useless people. Her father and brother sat on the floor and understood that their happy life and carefree would soon come to an end. They were tied up and placed on the hall floor. They were traitors who tried to rebel against the emperor. And His Highness asked Ethan to lock them in a dungeon and watch them closely. The guards took them to prison, and the Duke shouted for a long time that they couldn't do this to them. Khalid asked how the lady would like to punish them and if she had any options. Idris thought and replied she would like to take away everything they value most. The Duke and his family loved only themselves. Their lineage is the only thing that matters to them because they know what gives them everything. Now that the rebellion attempt is confirmed, the emperor would strip them of all their titles and riches, but beyond that they would be executed. Idris asked to go to the emperor to ask him for a favor. After her father and brothers are removed from power, she would like to see them reduced to commoners. When they died, everyone would forget about them, and the lady wanted them to suffer as other people suffer. And how she suffered every day of her life alongside them, just for being a pathetic, illegitimate daughter. Khalid promised the girl that he would fulfill any of her wishes, and nothing is difficult for him. He asked how the lady felt about amending the past, and knowing that now nothing would threaten her life or cause her pain. The young man tenderly kissed the girl and told her, now they will always be together. And Idris couldn't believe that her suffering had truly come to an end, and that everything was over. A few days have passed since Duke Beatrice and Keith were arrested. And Idris finally achieved her goal in life, and no longer has to fear being killed. Elsa ran into the room with frightened eyes and an excited voice. She asked what was going on, and if the Duke and the young master were secretly planning a betrayal. Idris thought there was nothing surprising about this, in fact. It turned out that Khalid and she were the first to find out. She had even witnessed how they were arrested and dragged away. And besides, she had already gone through many obstacles while planning this trap. Elsa also hated her family and saw how they always treated her with disdain. The maid had previously asked the knights how her brother was doing. And Idris's father, and he stated that their pitiful screams could be heard even outside. Elsa looked into the lady's eyes and asked if she was really going to visit them right in the dungeon. She would have liked to see their disappearance in person. After all, she had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Idris was sent to the dungeon. A knight saw her and asked what had brought her here and if the girl was lost. Despite Elsa's words, a considerable silence reigned there. She said she came here to see the prisoners. And no escort is needed, because they are locked up and she only needs a minute to talk to them. So the lady decided to manage on her own. Keith immediately saw his sister and ran towards the bars with animal eyes, saying that she had finally arrived. He said yesterday's wound hurts and looks terrible. The father did not remain silent and declared that his daughter had deliberately turned the Archduke against him and had sent his own father and brother to hell. Suddenly, Idris asked her father if he wasn't the man who tried to kill her. And if Khalid had rejected their demands, he would have killed his daughter. Because without this agreement, she would no longer be useful to him. And his principle would always be to get rid of things if they became useless. The father claimed that he had always denied her existence due to her low origin, and was sure his daughter was offended by it. But now, of all his children, only she behaved exactly like him. Idris hissed angrily. Her father is not an entity, and the only thing he can think about before dying is how to acknowledge her before Beatrice. And if she were a true Beatrice, she would be behind bars with him, unlike him. She knows what kindness and generosity are. And it was this small difference between them that led to such a fate, and she said her father deserved to die. Suddenly Khalid approached the lady, and she told him she only wanted to speak to them one last time. Khalid warned them not to get too close to dangerous criminals. He decided to abolish the death penalty because it would be too easy for them, and said that from now on they would live like simple peasants. Keith couldn't believe what he was hearing and said this couldn't happen. He asked to simply kill them, saying he didn't want to live like trash and would have to learn that commoners and peasants were people like any noble. Beatrice's father couldn't utter a word, and for him, the loss of title was like death. Later, Khalid admitted that he didn't want the lady to see that dungeon and preferred to show her nicer things. He looked closely at the lady and said now she has nothing to fear in her life. Idris had a happy smile on her face and thanked him for everything he had done for her. Instead of executing Beatrice, Khalid asked that he be stripped of all his titles. And since the plan belongs to him and his family are the traitors, the emperor sent confirmation. And soon the prisoners will return to their homeland to suffer severe punishments. And cruel. Idris couldn't stop thinking about her father's words. She couldn't waste more time on a vague future. And she had to enjoy today's moment. A few days later, the imperial knights arrived. The emperor announced that once the Duke and Catherine returned to the empire, their properties would be confiscated. Their aristocratic status would be revoked, and the traitors would become mere peasants. Their miserable departure had nothing to do with the luxurious arrival they enjoyed a few days earlier on their way to the palace. Everyone whispered these Leoli dared to mock the Archduchess in the past. And they were terrible people. Aiden was glad they got what they deserved, and it always bothered her to see people acting with such arrogance when they were in that position. The Duke was exiled in front of all the aristocracy at the Archduke's request. And the Archduchess, who helped solve the crime, would not be executed. Instead, he ordered Beatrice's family to be stripped of their titles and all their properties, and that the Duke and his sons be demoted to the lowest class of commoners. And only thanks to Idris, these traitors were allowed to save their lives. As soon as they left the palace in disgrace, the mockery of many aristocrats was heard even at the other end of the city. And Beatrice's family was thrown onto the street. Idris asked Khalid to go see her mother, because she still hadn't seen her or communicated with her. Khalid said that her mother would live a better life and wouldn't need anything anymore. Even though the lady was the Archduchess's mother, she was always treated with respect. Because she was born a servant. Because of this, she expected to live in one of the young man's old mansions and assumed it would be one of the abandoned places. But she tried to convince herself that everything was fine, and now she could live alongside Idris. She was afraid to approach Idris, as that family hated her. She realized that her existence brought her pain. But she missed her daughter terribly, and now she couldn't believe she would be next to her sweet baby again. And she tried to believe in the Duke's pure intentions. She understood that the Archduke had the power to instantly destroy her at any moment he wanted. But her daughter said that they would take care of her life. The mother opened the mansion door and saw a crowd of servants waiting for her arrival after a long journey. She thought she would be locked in an abandoned house, and most likely all these people were a warning for her to keep quiet. The maid greeted the lady and told her it was an honor to be introduced to an important person. Her Highness ordered them to serve in the best possible way, as she was a very special person. Everyone was affectionate and courteous to Lady Honey and didn't seem to be there to watch her. She overheard the maids discussing some news about the visit of aristocrats from the Empire. They said that Beatrice's family was expelled and reduced to the status of mere peasants. The mother wondered if Idris really knew about this and had sent her here specifically for safety. Ethan found his mother and told her that her daughter and the Archduke wanted her to return to the palace, and that he should accompany her there. Idris was a little worried about whether her mother would arrive safely, but the young man assured her that everything would be fine, and that there was nothing to worry about. She was happy that her mother arrived safely. Ethan announced that Lady Hannah had arrived. He personally escorted her and took her to the palace, just as His Highness the Archduke had ordered. Lady Idris gently hugged her mother Hannah, feeling the warmth of her embrace and care that filled her heart with tenderness. Lady Idris's gaze was filled with love and gratitude towards her mother, who had always been a support for her. At this moment, in the embrace, there was an invisible thread connecting two souls full of affection and unlimited devotion to each other. Their happiness was palpable in every movement and gesture between them, as if time had slowed down to immortalize this moment and engrave it in their hearts forever. She immediately asked if life on the estate caused her any discomfort, but the mother reported that she felt very comfortable. Her stay was infinitely comfortable, and she thanked them for their warm welcome. Considering how long they had been separated, Idris sensed some distance between them. But when she addressed her like that, their relationship didn't seem entirely cold. She asked her mother not to say any more formalities and to feel at home. The lady understood that she was now in a difficult situation and must have noticed the awkwardness in the servant's behavior. Idris had to be careful not to worsen things in this house than when she lived with the Duke. And finally, after so many events, she could greet her beloved mother as expected. After Khalid showed so much respect for her mother, the servants would have no choice but to follow his example. Idris's mother asked why the young man was so respectful of such a modest woman, for she was very grateful. Khalid declared that she was his wife's only mother, the Archduchess, and asked him not to belittle her name. The young man invited everyone to dinner and said he had prepared many dishes for the ladies to eat deliciously. The lady did not stop being surprised by how well she was having at the estate. The mother took a bite of the food and couldn't believe how tasty and unusual it was. Khalid gave Idris a piece to taste, and she knew the ladies would definitely like the gift. Lady Honey looked at the young man and couldn't believe they were saying behind his back that he was a tyrant. She was scared. Suddenly, her mother saw Khalid feeding her with a fork and considered it inappropriate. Khalid deliberately told the whole truth, and it was curious how Idris blushed in front of everyone. Lady Honey said she was happy to see the young couple getting along so well. They continued to enjoy the delicious food, and Idris was the happiest person in the world that day. After lunch, she and her mother walked down the hall. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and they couldn't immediately find common ground. Lady Honey admitted, to be honest, she was surprised. The news of her wedding saddened her because Idris was literally forced to do it. So she was sure her daughter would be as unhappy all her life as she was. It is not surprising that Mom had this impression, and in a past life, she also considered herself unfortunate. But now Mom was convinced that she was wrong. The only truth is that you should not trust people's rumors, and she will be able to understand why Idris fell in love with the Archduke. And obviously, His Highness valued his daughter greatly and showed her much care and attention. Lady Honey admitted that she is very happy to know that everything is fine with her daughter and that she is living her happy life. Tears appeared in Idris's eyes. Her mother was really worried about her all this time. She hugged her mother, and they cried together, realizing how long they had waited for this moment. The girls showed her a new room, which from that very day belonged only to her. The lady thanked her daughter and said this place was simply wonderful and cozy like nowhere else in her life. Elsa was standing against the hallway wall and seemed to be waiting for Idris to come out. She asked if they liked dinner, and the girl reported that everyone was very happy. So many years had passed since they had seen Haney, so Elsa was worried about how their reunion would be. But she was sure that the mother really missed her daughter and was definitely happy to see her so long awaited. Suddenly, Idris wanted to give her mother a gift and show it to Kultz, and Elsa thought it was a great idea. At that moment, the Duke entered the room, and the maid no longer started wasting the girl's time. Idris seemed incredibly happy and thanked Khalid for his serious action. He helped strengthen her mother's position here, and the lady was very grateful. Khalid said that unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to meet them tomorrow, because he had important matters to attend to. He asked to take Ethan for a walk with him for security, because he wasn't just an assistant, but also an excellent swordsman. Ethan usually goes with the knights, and considering Khalid's words, he must really be a talented warrior. Even though the assassin was no longer a threat, the young man still wanted to protect Idris. And that was his direct responsibility. Khalid promised the girl that he would pay for all purchases and told the lady to choose whatever she wanted. He said that the family's internal affairs are the wife's responsibility, including managing finances. And in the past, he didn't give her the right to handle family matters just so she wouldn't be overworked. And he is surprised that she perceived it otherwise. And she always tried to enrich herself for the simple reason that the lady could buy whatever she wanted. Idris didn't know how to spend the money because she had nothing. And the young man jokingly suggested that she spend a certain amount of money per day. And this was his order, which must be fulfilled. Idris had never seen so much money before, and for her, it was very possible to buy a small shop in the empire's capital. She excitedly said she couldn't spend such a large sum in one day. The next day, Idris and her mother talked together about breakfast, which Lady Honey liked very much. My daughter invited my mother to see cults, take a walk, and spend the day together. Idris remembered Khalid's order about the amount of money spent, but she wasn't sure if she could spend 5,000 gold in one day. The girl wanted to please her mother, and in this case, today she was going to spend money. They went to Madame Redmond's shop, where they were warmly greeted by the main owner. At her request, within a few minutes, the assistants were taking measurements of Lady Honey, who was a little frightened by what was happening. Her mother wasn't good at fashion and didn't know which dress she wanted, so Idris asked them to bring all the dresses of her size. She smiled and happily announced that she was going to buy all the dresses without trying them on. Lady Honey naturally hesitated because, in her opinion, this could cost a lot of money. Idris politely ordered everything to be written in the Archduke's name and the clothes delivered to the palace, and left the elegant house. She wanted to try to do what Khalid did and remembered the time he ordered all the dresses for her. The mother insisted that the Archduke might get angry at such extravagance, and that one dress would be enough. But Idris calmed the worried lady because Khalid himself asked her to spend as much as possible. She decided to buy accessories for the dress, and they went to a famous jewelry store. The jewelry store lady said that as soon as her arrival was known, they immediately brought out the best items, so that the ladies could take their time and carefully examine all the items. Idris looked at the counter and admired the elegant shine of the moonstone. The jewelry was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away from it. Her mother was also left breathless and looked closely at the jewelry lying on the counter. It was the first time in her life Lady Honey had seen such exquisite jewelry, and Idris asked her if she liked anything. But her daughter had already decided in advance that she would buy all the jewelry her mother wanted. She put on a beautiful necklace with precious stones around her neck, and Honey couldn't believe this was really happening to her. The jewelry store saleswoman asked if Her Majesty liked anything more interesting. Her gaze fell on an unusual gold brooch with a large ruby in the center. It reminded Idris of the Archduke's eyes, the red stone counting with his deep scarlet eyes. And Hanny noticed how the girl smiled at the mere thought of the young man. At that moment, Ethan suddenly entered and asked if the lady had finished shopping. Idris asked the young man to stay a while and skillfully placed a brooch on his suit. The girl smiled and said that this gift was a sign of gratitude for the kindness he had shown her. Ethan thanked the lady and admitted that he was very happy to hear such kind words from her. Outside, darkness slowly fell over the city streets, and Idris suggested that her mother should return. Ethan felt that the lady was smart, kind, and incredibly beautiful, and he couldn't help but feel devotion towards her. Idris approached the carriage and looked at her mother's happy face with a joyful smile. The daughter said there is a beautiful garden in the palace's backyard, and they should definitely look at it. Hanny replied that she would love to see it, and at that moment, Idris's soul became incredibly warm. The lady remembered Ethan's words about words of comfort and hypocrites. And probably something happened to him in the past, and Ethan was the only assistant Khalid trusted. And the person who always treated her well. And for Idris, it was difficult to know what similar people had suffered in the past. Lady Honey entered the garden and immediately stopped, amazed by the beauty of the roses blooming around her. Where the air was filled with the scent of flowers, and every petal seemed full of sunlight. Idris said she wanted to come here with her mother and share her amazing beauty with her. Ethan passed by and said that this garden was built especially for Idris, and my mother thought the Archduke was very romantic. Khalid was sitting in his office at that time, and his ears were burning strangely. Lady Honey couldn't believe that Khalid created this whole huge garden because of his great love for the girl. It was a wonderful and peaceful time in which Mother Idris was carefree and happy every day. Flower petals fluttered upwards, carried to the sky by the wind, as if taking with them all the bad times and memories of the past. And at that moment, Idris felt what it meant to be truly happy and alive. But her wonderful mood was ruined as soon as she saw a painfully familiar face in the hallway. It was a young man, Harold Florent. Idris was going to the office to give a gift to Khalid. And she met him accidentally. And he was the only vile person she would prefer never to meet. And her only wish was to pretend not to know him and simply walk past. Idris did not want to start dialogues here and said that if the young man had any business, they would postpone it until next time. Harold looked closely at Idris and said that, with her permission, he would like to give her some advice. He asked if she had noticed that the Archduke had changed dramatically since the wedding. And after she appeared in his life, he began to poison her, and this is clearly not good. Because that is why the Archduke cannot control his lands. The Archduke's duty is to take care of cults, but now all he cares about is Idris. Her mother and her problems. Idris knew there were no problems in Khalid's domain, and if there had been, Aiden would have known immediately. Before, he worked late, but now as soon as it gets dark, he immediately runs to Idris's room. And this is nothing more than neglect of national affairs. Idris asked if Harold had heard that the Archduke had recently captured the rebels. Harold turned around and left with the opinion that he would like Idris to think about how she influences Khalid. Harold's words saddened the lady, and she wondered if living with her was a burden to him. Idris could not sleep that night and constantly repeated Harold's recent words in her head. She disliked that the young man dared to say rude words to her and left without understanding the situation. But unlike past times, there is some truth in his current words. In a way, he was right. If you think about it, Khalid really spent a lot of time dealing with her family and helping her mother. And it is very possible that because of her, he cannot cope with his responsibilities. And how could she have ever been useful? Idris died and was resurrected, brutally avenging her death. She achieved the most important thing in her life. She saved the destiny of her beloved mother. And all this was only his merit, because it was Khalid who took care of all the problems. One might even say that their relationship had become one-sided. Although they loved each other, their abilities and strengths were very different. And Idris had no choice but to admit that there was indeed some truth in Harold's words. And this night became a test for the girls' hearts. During breakfast, Idris seemed very sad and tired, so immediately after the meal, she announced that she was leaving. Khalid noticed the lady's strange state and asked if something had happened to her. Idris replied that she was fine, and Khalid asked to be informed immediately if anything should happen. The girl looked at him in silence and thought, Khalid, he is always very busy. For the past few days, she had been trying to keep her distance from him so as not to interfere with his work. She hoped he wouldn't notice, but the young man immediately suspected that Idris was starting to avoid him for some reason. The lady stopped coming to his office. As if she no longer wanted to communicate with him, Ethan entered Khalid's office. He told him to accompany Idris on walks, and it seems Idris started getting closer to him. And a while ago, he even saw them in the hallway. Khalid was very annoyed by the fact that Idris constantly cares about Ethan and behaves differently with him. They smiled and talked every time, and the Archduke found their communication too sweet. One day, the young man found them in the hallway and warned Ethan that he did not have enough free time to wander the hallways. But that day, Idris came to Ethan's defense and replied that she was only talking to him about her request. And Khalid immediately wondered what important request the lady had for Ethan that he did not know about. The Archduke asked Ethan to go to the office and finally get down to business. And the documents. Sitting at the table with Khalid, Ethan asked what bothered him so much, judging by the expression on his face. Khalid's scarlet eyes flashed with rage and anger, but the young man tried to control himself. He noticed a brooch on Ethan's clothes and had no choice but to tell the whole truth about the Archduchess's gift. Khalid was furious after hearing what he heard, and sincerely could not understand why his wife was giving gifts to another. Ethan said that Idris thanked him this way for his efforts in cults, but the young man was sure that the girl had also bought a gift for the Archduke. But for some reason, she hadn't given it to him yet. Ethan was sure that Idris would soon give her husband the surprise, who was very unhappy that Ethan had received the gift first. It was painful for Khalid to realize that for Idris, he was not in the first place. Not only were she and Ethan close, but on top of everything, she also gave him a brooch. He became indignant and ordered the young man to take off this gift in front of him so he wouldn't get angry. It was the first time Ethan had seen such an expression on the young man's face, and he immediately realized that Khalid was very jealous. After talking with Ethan, when Khalid's fury had somewhat subsided, he wondered if the lady really gave him the brooch just because she was grateful for the service. They hadn't seen each other much lately, and for that reason, Khalid began to have strange thoughts. Elsa was in Idris's room and was worried about the girl's poor appearance. Who looked sad. Idris's heart was heavy from putting barriers between her and Khalid. She felt that she loved him very much, but she wanted to deal with everything that had happened first. And now it was difficult for her to be near him, even though she desired it so much. And if she is near, she will probably soon become just a burden, and her burden will become heavier over time. This was no one's fault but her own, and Idris was tormented by exciting sensations. But to help herself, she firmly decided from now on to live only according to her own mind, and no longer act according to someone else's orders, so she just needs a little patience. Khalid was busy with important matters. Information reached him that taxes on Florin's lands had increased considerably. Khalid told Harold that materials sufficient for water supply would be sent to him. And the young man personally invested a lot of money in this. He quietly asked why Harold Florent had brought him that report. The young man asked for a little more time to redo everything, but Khalid said he would have to punish his entire family. He paid no attention to the boy's pleas and asked for the next visitor to enter. The rest of the people remained silent, afraid to even utter a word. Everyone began to notice that His Highness had become quite angry lately, and Ethan got scared more every time he arrived at his office. The assistant noticed that the lady started coming less often, and it seemed like something had happened between them. Khalid's behavior was quite strange. He seemed to become distant and very sad. And Dan decided that he should definitely talk to the Archduchess because she had always been kind and would definitely be able to understand him. To get rid of obsessive thoughts, Khalid decided to practice sword training. But no matter how much he trained, Idris could not get out of his head. The young man wanted to understand why the lady was doing this and what her messages were. Khalid was tormented by terrible thoughts that Idris's feelings had cooled, and probably she no longer loved him. But her recent words that she wanted to be with him somehow contradicted his assumptions. Her eyes, hair, and elegant manners excited the young man's mind, and he suddenly decided that he needed to see Idris as soon as possible. Elsa and Idris walked through the palace and enthusiastically discussed how Hone had received a confession about Lily. At that moment, Ethan was only looking for the girl to talk privately about the Archduke's strange behavior. Elsa said goodbye and decided to leave, and Idris promised to finish the conversation with her soon. Ethan said nothing bad happened, he just wanted someone else to listen to him. They decided to continue the conversation in the backyard garden, so that there would be no extra ears nearby. Idris was close enough to Ethan that she was happy to listen to him. Ethan was noticeably cautious, but he gathered his courage and asked if there had been any fight between her. And Khalid? Idris replied that nothing had happened, but if the assistant understood, then Khalid had already suspected something. But the lady decided not to hide and tell the truth that the whole problem was hers. Recently, she asked Ethan to explain the intricacies of managing internal affairs. In her last days, Idris began to wonder if she deserved to be with a man like the Archduke. She said she was worried about her bad influence, because the only thing she could do was receive without giving anything back. That's why she wanted to become a worthy archduchess, and decided to learn how to manage internal affairs. Idris said she is actually scared. Because of her, Khalid cannot concentrate on his duties, and to be useful, she must keep her distance for now. But she misses him terribly and wants to spend more time with him. But now it turns out differently. Ethan understood the girl's feelings. He didn't know that she thought that way, but he saw how difficult it was for her now. Khalid had already been informed that the lady was in the backyard with Ethan, and the Archduke was already overwhelmed by rage and jealousy. He whispered whether Ethan Sorbel, the assistant he trusted most, had decided to invade his most precious possession. The young man brought forward his sharp sword and asked what Ethan was doing here alone with his wife. Ethan raised his hands and said there was a misunderstanding, and that he and Idris were simply talking. Idris took the angry young man's hand and asked him to calm down and cool off, because not everything was as he understood. Through tears, she said that Ethan was only trying to support her and help her understand the problem. Khalid lowered his eyes, and it seemed that his conjectures about the close connection between Idris and Ethan were confirmed. He turned around and said that Ethan would not try to do something like this again. Unless, of course, he wanted to die. Idris looked at the young man who was leaving and couldn't believe he could really think of her that way. And if he left now, they wouldn't be able to laugh like before, touch, and share their secrets. And because of her stupidity, she kept him at a distance. Idris no longer wanted to hesitate and decided not to wait, but to resolve it and explain herself. So as not to lose happy and precious moments, she, without hesitation, ran after the young man and hugged him tightly. Idris looked at him with eyes full of tears and, sobbing, said she loved him and appreciated it very much. She said the whole situation was a complete misunderstanding, and she knew that many people here did not like him. So the girl simply feared that this could negatively affect the young man's life. Khalid didn't understand how such strange thoughts could enter her head, and who dared to tell her such things. Idris admitted that she loves the young man very much, but understands that she is completely unworthy of him and therefore she tried to avoid him. She had already regretted 1,000 times starting to behave this way. And now, when he turned his back on her, she realized that she had acted wrongly in the first place. Khalid said that she is his whole life, and that the girl should never think like that again. And Idris promised that she would never allow such thoughts again. They were united again, and Khalid asked his beloved never to leave him again. After the reconciliation, Idris told Khalid that she had something for him and would like to give him a special gift. She took a box from the drawer containing a small surprise for the young man. Because the lady had all sorts of thoughts in her head, she couldn't reveal them immediately. Khalid had never been given a gift before, so he held the box in his hands with excitement. In an elegant dark wooden box lay a gold brooch. Decorated with an elegant pattern, the shiny metal seemed to play with the light, casting sparks and reflecting the sun's rays, and every detail of the decoration was carefully crafted by artisans, as if embodying the beauty and grace of times past. Khalid rejoiced like a child upon seeing such a magnificent gift from his beloved. Idris said that this brooch reminded her of his scarlet eyes, so she immediately decided to buy it. Ethan was near the door of Khalid's office and was afraid to enter. But he needed to gather the courage to submit an urgent report. He really hoped that the loving couple had reached an agreement and finally made up. Ethan entered the office and saw Idris and Khalid laughing happily and having a pleasant conversation. Idris was very happy that she and the young man were spending time together again and enjoying carefree moments. Iden said she had an urgent and important report for the Archduke, and that's why she came for a personal meeting. Ethan noticed that the relationship between husband and wife seemed to be improving, and he was very happy about it. Khalid said that the heir of the Florent family should not be allowed to work with the budget. And Ethan promised to fulfill the order. Idris ran into Harold in the hallway, whom she had recently begun to see quite frequently by chance. He approached the Archduchess and greeted Her Highness. Idris decided to remind him that he had recently called her a burden to Khalid, and stated confidently that not everything was like that at all. And it is likely that the Archduke was kind to everyone while she kept her distance. And Harold can find the answer himself. The young man replied, whatever the case, due to a slight oversight, he was forbidden to be in the mansion or attend important meetings. Idris decided to give him a small, friendly piece of advice so that everyone would only worry about themselves and not interfere in the affairs of other people that do not concern them. The lady said the conversation was over, turned around, and walked toward her room. Unexpectedly, Harold said he would like to apologize for his rude words and behavior. And his words spoken at the ball and later in the hallway were arrogant and disrespectful. The next day, the weather was wonderfully sunny, and Idris and her decided to take a walk. Idris wanted to revive those wonderful childhood moments and go on a picnic with her mother. Mom had just prepared for her daughter a delicious milk tea that she used to make when she was a child. Idris regretted that Khalid was not with them to share happy, pleasant moments. She knew that her mother was very fond of Khalid and would also be delighted to spend time with him. Idris noticed that she hadn't seen her mother so happy and smiling so much as since she took her long ago. After a picnic in nature, Idris felt strange, and her body seemed to be cold. Khalid was worried about her condition, but the lady convinced him that she just needed to lie down for a while. And everything would be fine. And if she doesn't feel better, she will definitely ask for a doctor to be sent. Idris didn't realize how she slept for several hours, and when she woke up it was already past noon. Judging by the sensations, she was not having a very good sleep, and the girl hoped that nothing would happen. Idris went to the dining table, where her mother was already waiting for her to wake up. She noticed Khalid's empty chair, and from the looks of it, he was still busy at work. Idris felt like she had no appetite at all, but after the first bite she brought to her mouth, she started to feel very sick. She suggested that yesterday's picnic food might have spoiled in the sun. And that was why she had these feelings. When she lived in the Duke's house, she always ate only bad food, and the girl's stomach was very weak. Elsa soon ran to Idris and asked if she was okay, because the lady suddenly ran out. Idris didn't eat anything during lunch, and Elsa noticed the girl's paleness and weakness. Idris lay down on the bed and said she didn't need anything to eat and had no appetite. But Elsa stood up with a joyful expression on her face and suddenly asked if the lady was pregnant. She saw how the Archduke took care of his wife, and they always slept together. All of Elsa's evidence converged, and she was sure that Idris was undoubtedly pregnant. The lady had a bad feeling since last night and asked if rumors had begun to circulate. From the moment she ran out of the dining room feeling nauseous, everyone who saw her thought the same thing. Khalid instantly entered the room and became very worried about his wife's health. He said that rumors have already spread throughout the estate, and people are talking about Idris's pregnancy. The girl said it seemed everything had been misinterpreted and specifically called the doctor to refute the rumors. A majestic man with a mustache and a white coat entered the bedroom and greeted the Archduke and his wife. Very soon the rumors reached Ethan, who with a joyful face asked if the Archduchess was really pregnant. His question turned out to be very unexpected, and Khalid did not immediately find how to answer that question. Idris replied that she couldn't believe she was hearing these words from Ethan, and that they were just rumors. The assistant felt awkward and immediately explained that he was only asking, and nothing more. Khalid said it would be better if the boy directed his energy in the right direction, and went back to work. Idris turned to Khalid and asked if it would be better to explain the whole situation to him so he wouldn't think the rumors were true. The young man said he was jealous because of the incident that happened between the three of them in the garden. He smiled and said that if the lady was so attentive to everyone, he might go crazy with jealousy. And next to her, he becomes a very ordinary person, and it is difficult for him not to feel jealous. Idris asked if they would do anything about those pregnancy rumors. If rumors spread about Idris's pregnancy, these arrogant upstarts will have to humble themselves. They will not be able to contradict or go against the woman who is pregnant with his child and. However, perhaps they will manage to strengthen their position thanks to this misunderstanding. Idris supposed that upon hearing this, many would want to comfort her and feel pity. Taking everything literally. Elsa was talking to Idris in the living room and enthusiastically continued telling her the story of the honorable proposal. But she suddenly interrupted her story and remembered the rumors about Idris's pregnancy. The lady asked to prepare everything for a tea party she wanted to have with her mother. Lady Honey asked about her daughter's health, and Idris understood that she could not tell her the truth so as not to disappoint her too much. The mother said her daughter had always had poor health since childhood, so she was a little worried. She must have been alive with the Duke, suffered a lot, and probably had to share her true feelings. Elsa brought hot tea in time and began to have a pleasant conversation with Mother Idris. Suddenly, a letter caught the girl's attention, which Khalid probably forgot to pick up in the morning. She was going to deliver the letter in person because it seemed very important. Idris warned Mom that they would go deliver an important document the young man had forgot, and that she shouldn't worry about her. After all, as a pregnant woman, she now has to be more alert and careful. Idris asked her mother again not to worry and promised to tell her a very funny story when she arrived. The girl entered the Archduke's office and caused him great surprise with her unexpected presence. He approached the girl and tenderly asked what had brought her here so early. Idris handed him a letter he had forgotten in the bedroom, which the young man had long been unable to find. Khalid offered to have a cup of tea, and Idris noticed that lately he had many worries. Idris was worried about the rumors that could have extremely unpleasant consequences in the future. But she felt Khalid's support, and her burden became lighter, and she felt happy by his side. He decided to accompany the girl because her mother was probably already waiting for her, and started to worry. When she was next to Khalid, it seemed as if the world turned greener, and the sun shone brighter next to him. Idris opened the dining room door where she said goodbye to her mother and saw a terrifying sight in front of her. Her mother was lying on the floor. Her face and hands were completely covered in blood, and there were scarlet stains on the floor. Khalid, who was behind the girl, did not immediately understand why she stopped, and froze when he saw his mother lying on the floor. Haney was breathless and could barely utter words, and the inflicted wounds were quite serious. Idris could not believe what she was seeing and everything happening around her, which seemed like her worst nightmare. The daughter cried and begged her mother to open her eyes, not understanding who could do such a thing. Idris was going to stop the severe bleeding, and with all her might she wanted to save her mother. She applied cloth to her deeply bleeding wound and believed she could still save her. Idris seemed grateful, but Haney whispered that her daughter was wasting her energy in vain. She did everything possible to save her, but for some reason everything turned out this way. And all the happy and warm moments they spent together flashed before her eyes. Idris cried bitter tears and understood that she should have been in her place, not Haney. She begged her to hold on a little longer because Khalid could save her, but her mother's strength was already running out. She said that the murderer wanted to attack Idris, but they confused her with her mother. So he plunged his knife into Haney. Mom warned that clearly someone was trying to kill her daughter, but Idris didn't want to listen to her, and asked her to save her strength. Haney smiled affectionately and said she loved her daughter very much and dreamed that she would always be happy. Mom closed her eyes and sighed one last time, and Idris understood that she had to die. She continued to beg her mother to wake up, but Haney could no longer answer. Khalid begged Idris to stop and cease. He understood that by the time they arrived, they could no longer help her mother. Idris sat on the floor crying and begged the young man to save her mother and bring her back. She asked to go back in time so as not to make any more stupid mistakes, but the only opportunity had already been missed. And Idris, with great disappointment and pain, realized that nothing more could be changed. From that moment on, time stopped for Idris, and the days passed unnoticed. After the funeral, she completely refused to walk, go out, or get out of bed. Time continued to pass for everyone except Idris, for her. Life now seemed to have ended and lost its meaning. It seemed to her that her mother's palms were still touching her cheeks, and words of love echoed in her head. And there was not a second when these thoughts left Idris. She couldn't drink or eat, and neither Elsa nor Ethan could comfort her, and this event divided her life into a before and an after. Khalid blamed himself, but the girl asked him not to apologize, and he did everything in his power. Idris blamed only herself for leaving her mother alone in the room at that moment. And she couldn't push those thoughts away from herself. Khalid sat next to Idris for a long time, but then he left and decided to let the girl rest. And when she was alone, she began to have a dream. She heard her mother's voice, who was trying to warn her of the danger. Idris woke up abruptly and opened her eyes, and her mother's voice still echoed in her head. Before this, Idris was confused, but after sleeping well, she felt much better. The girl thanked the young man for his concern, and Khalid replied that he was ready to wait for her for at least an eternity. Idris tried to organize her thoughts. Her mother told her that the murderer originally came for the girl, but confused her with her mother. But she didn't understand why someone would kill her. I remember she died a year after the wedding, but now only 6 months have passed. And something definitely changed in her previous life. Many things were truly different, especially her relationship with Khalid. The Duke's family was destroyed, and she even managed to install her mother in the mansion. Since everything went according to a completely different scenario, there is no point in analyzing every small detail. It was necessary to find what remained unchanged. She tried to recall what happened and finally realized that perhaps it was about rumors. They began to spread almost at the same time she died. At that time, her relationship with Khalid could not be called cordial, but they always spent the designated nights together. Then the news spread about her pregnancy, and someone killed her because they decided she was pregnant. Idris shouted in surprise and made an important statement. It seems she guessed who might have killed her and why it happened. She said she tried to reconstruct the picture of everything that was happening, and realized something. The killer was clearly sent because of a rumor about her pregnancy. Then, in the past, shortly before her death, the rumor about the pregnancy of her first child spread in the same way. They were not close in the past, so it is possible that Idris did not say it, and Khalid simply did not know about the pregnancy. Which was true. She died even before the doctor examined her, and Khalid swore that this time he would kill anyone who dared to approach her. He took the lady's hand and thanked her for coming back to him and continuing to give him love. He admitted that he was afraid of losing her forever, and if that happened, he couldn't bear it. Idris realized just now that all this time Khalid suffered just like her, and that no matter how bad things were, she would definitely survive. Because she felt Khalid's support and knew he would always be there for her. She was still alive, and as long as she breathed, not a single tear would fall from her eyelids until she avenged her mother's death. Idris whispered, no matter who was at fault, she will make everyone involved pay anyway. It seemed to her that she had already taken revenge that day. She stopped Khalid because she didn't want him to get his hands dirty because of her. But now everything has changed. In this life, her mother took the blow, and the culprits will pay no matter how far they have to run. The next day, Khalid said that Idris had suffered a miscarriage. The cause was said to be the shock from her mother's death. The news spread both within the castle and among the nobles of cults. Idris and Khalid initially planned to say the pregnancy was fake, but changed their minds due to the risk of another attack by the assassin. The news that Idris was pregnant did not guarantee her safety, but it could certainly buy her time. Due to the incident, security has been reinforced, so the assassin will have to try very hard to go unnoticed. Idris had a strange feeling, as if she had returned to square one. And she had no idea who could have done this. Perhaps it was one of the nobles opposed to Khalid, and several attempts on his life occurred as soon as he received the Archduke's title. But it made much more sense to eliminate Khalid first, and only then start manipulating his wife and their child to gain power. Idris tried to figure it out, and clearly understood that the matter here must be completely different. There were many nobles in cults who disliked her lineage. Perhaps they didn't want a maid's daughter to give birth to a future heir. Most of them believed that the secret to power lies in pure noble blood. Khalid wondered how they dared to attack his wife, who carried his child under her heart. Standing in front of him, they wouldn't even dare to say his name, but they planned to do something so vile behind his back. Khalid promised to conduct an investigation, and if Idris notices contempt from anyone, she must report immediately to her husband. Idris expressed her desire to investigate herself, but only because she wanted to help her husband. She said she had the strength to face this task because her mother died because of her. With her desired revenge at stake, Idris could no longer stand by idly. Khalid asked the girl not to blame herself, as he was very worried about her health and her condition. He proposed to get down to work together. There were enough families who wanted them dead. And these were only those families most likely to be connected to the murder. Documents with records of every noble family were prepared, and they contained both public and private information. Without hesitation, Idris decided to start with the Florent family, and Harold was the first on her list. They didn't even try to hide their contempt, especially Harold Florent, who bothered the girl every time they met. The Florent were one of the most influential families, and certainly had enough strength and intelligence, and it was necessary to find concrete evidence. But they only found circumstantial evidence and nothing concrete, and at this rate, the case was moving slowly. Idris looked sadly at the approaching chair where her mother had recently sat, and she felt empty and broken. Ethan entered the office. He brought an important letter from the Florent family asking for help. And it seemed like a serious matter. It was not clear what could have happened to them for them to decide to ask the Archduke for help. It turns out that recently there has been a series of murders in the area, so the Florent family is asking for support. Idris, in theory, was also a victim of murder, because her mother died at the hands of a stranger. In the letter, Harold wrote that he regretted bothering Khalid at such a difficult time, but that his family, which served faithfully, was facing a big problem. He said that mages had recently started losing their minds, and everything ended in brutal murders. Their forces were not enough to establish the reasons for what happened. Furthermore, due to the intentional use of magic, their lands also suffered. Ethan said the letter arrived recently, and only a few weeks had passed since the first incident. If you think about it, lately they haven't been able to cope with their tasks in cults. And Khalid did not expect the matter to be so complicated. Subjects were supposed to report to the Archduke when citizens' lives were at risk. And they asked Ethan to convey to him that he would send help soon. And Idris was surprised that the Florent lacked mages. Lord Harold was also a knight. His skills could not be considered outstanding, but he was a worthy swordsman. The assassin who attacked my mother also turned out to be very skilled and agile, but Idris had no significant evidence. And no hasty conclusions should be drawn. Khalid was going to visit the Florent to gather evidence, and this was a good opportunity to check everything. Idris expressed her desire to go with her husband. The young man asked again if the girl was sure of her decision. Perhaps it would be safer for her to stay in the mansion, as there are many knights nearby. But if something threatens her life, the first to feel it will be Khalid. He warned that it could be dangerous there, because mad mages roam those lands. And it was impossible to know for sure what danger uncontrolled magic posed. And Idris understood all this perfectly. When her mother died, she was alone, and the girl wanted to get to the bottom of the truth, and not wait for a miracle. The young man asked his wife to stay because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to protect her. But Idris no longer needed protection. She felt that she was no longer as naive and helpless as before, and even if she found herself in trouble, she could manage on her own. But next to Khalid, she felt safe and wouldn't leave him even a step. This trip couldn't be easy, and Khalid asked again if the lady was sure of her decision. She understood his concern, but she was sure that everything would be fine for her, and there was no need to worry again. Idris went to prepare for the journey. The girl closed the door behind her and finally was left alone. She tried to look confident in front of him, but the only thing she needed to protect herself was a magic stone. This stone was called the Stone of Duke Beatrice and had enough energy to knock anyone out. So she needed to find the culprits herself and punish them at any cost. Elsa was very worried and tried to persuade the girl not to undertake such a dangerous journey. There were already many scary stories circulating among the servants, and Idris said that, in any case, she would leave tomorrow with the Archduke. And someone must find out why the mages of Florence have gone mad and Khalid cannot deviate from his duties. Idris told Elsa that these riots definitely had something to do with her mother's death. Idris asked Elsa not to tell anyone anything, because no one should know. The assassin entered her room too easily and silently, despite his heavy armor. So anyone could be the criminal. The lady said, "There is no need to worry. His Highness and the brave knights will be nearby." Elsa suddenly declared that in this case, she would also like to protect her lover. But Idris had a different plan. She whispered that Elsa should be her eyes and ears and report suspicious people. And this maid was not just a servant, but a full-fledged part of the family. Ethan entered the room and told the girl that he had learned about the trip to Florence. His Highness ordered an assistant to watch over the mansion, and Idris asked him to take good care of everything during her departure. Ethan said that it is very dangerous in Florence now, and that the lady would not like to stay in the mansion. Idris was sure that Khalid had clearly asked Ethan to dissuade her. He said that the lady had just suffered a miscarriage, and that she should take care of her health like never before. He took the leaves off her head and said that Ethan should be here and control the security of the estate. And definitely, everything will be fine for her. And the two of them shouldn't worry so much about something that won't happen. Idris asked Ethan to be careful, but this was the first time she had seen him panic so visibly. She was only leaving for a couple of days, but the fact that everyone was worried about her made her a little happier. After a series of recent events, her heart had almost frozen. But now it was filling with warmth again. Khalid and Idris said goodbye to Ethan, who remained in charge during the Archduke's absence. The young man said it was time for them to leave and gave the lady his hand to help her get into the carriage. Khalid said it was quite close, but the journey in the shaky carriage was more tiring than the lady had imagined. It seemed to her that during her stay in the castle, she had improved her stamina. But the girl's strength quickly depleted after the stress she experienced. Suddenly, Khalid instructed Idris to remain silent and make no sound. He said that the lady should under no circumstances leave the carriage and sit quietly inside. Khalid sensed danger, and clearly something was wrong in this forest. He got out of the carriage and asked the knights if they had noticed anything strange around. A young man said that there was definitely some kind of evil spirit in the forest. And at first everything was fine, but with the sunset everything changed. Something was happening in this forest, and an overly unnatural silence reigned here. Idris thought that there should probably be rustling and sounds of animals and insects. Whatever it was hiding, but Khalid could feel its energy. He needed to focus on what was inside the forest. He had to protect everyone and quickly ordered all the knights to take defensive positions. On a full moon, when the night mist heavily enveloped the forest clearing, the werewolf, hidden in its wolf form, was stalking at an intersection where a passing carriage hurried along the road. A sinister howl rushed through the thicket of dark trees, portending trouble. And when the carriage passed slowly, the werewolf rushed forward. Letting out a fierce roar, its claws gleamed in the moonlight, and its eyes shone with cruel passion. Khalid noticed that the beast had rotten skin and must have died a long time ago. It disappeared into the forest, and the knights stood amazed because they had never seen anything like this before. Khalid said that the only thing he was sure of was that the Florent had stumbled upon something unimaginable. This beast was not a demon, because Khalid knew them too well. Suddenly, there was another one in the dark treetops. Idris was sitting in the carriage and heard a loud sound, as if something heavy had fallen onto the roof. It rushed to attack, clinging tightly to the carriage door and trying to get in. The beast, immersed in its animal rage, did not retreat and intended to make a victim of itself. The knights shouted that the beast's head must be quickly cut off. But Khalid was lost when he saw that Idris was in danger. Under the moonbeams, its silhouette became even more menacing and powerful. It approached the carriage, its fangs gleamed in the shadows, and its howl pierced the silence of the night. Khalid looked towards the carriage and saw the beast turning it into a pile of sticks with its two paws. But suddenly, from behind a tree, he heard a woman's voice, and he was overjoyed to see his beloved Idris in front of him. She managed to hide behind a tree, and Khalid was very scared at the mere thought that he had lost her forever. Suddenly, a man appeared from the darkness holding a bow, and it turned out to be Count Florent. Idris asked what was happening here and why the beast had to be beheaded. The man said he was sure the Archduke had already read the report that many mages had suddenly gone mad. He said that the maddened mages are gradually turning into bloodthirsty monsters. At first, it seemed to him that the problem was just a group of angry mages. But the situation turned out to be much worse than he expected, and the number of transformations and the subsequent devastation increased considerably. The number of mages who mystically began to turn into animals also increased. And the only thing left in them was the desire to kill. Definitely something was wrong here, and Idris suggested that perhaps there could be an intention behind this. And perhaps all these mages were victims of a strong curse. The Florent court mage reported that he had not found anything similar, but they did not have many outstanding mages. So the count allowed all options. It was already night, and the guests headed towards the estate. Idris noticed that the locals were watching the guests closely. And this was not surprising, given the horror of what was happening. Harold received them and thanked the couple for their early visit. Perhaps, due to a series of recent events, everything around them seemed quite tense for the girl. Harold pointed out two servants and said that she could contact them for any reason, if she needed anything. Idris thought that the locals would look at her with hatred for her loyalty to the Florent family. But there was no hostility from any of them. Harold showed Khalid and Idris the rooms and wished them a pleasant rest. He was aware of Khalid's extensive knowledge of magic, so he turned to him. And now he prayed that the Archduke would save his people, because there was no one else to hope for. Harold perfectly understood that he had no one else to turn to and was willing to do anything. Khalid looked into the young man's frightened eyes and promised that he would do his best. Idris, after hearing what she heard, could not believe that such a terrible disaster had befallen these lands. And the attack they suffered was only the tip of the iceberg. The Count said that those animals were once people. It is hard to believe that a person can turn into something so terrible. Harold showed the Archduke where a family of mad mages lived, and Khalid suggested that he needed a clearer idea of what was happening. The young man clarified that this phenomenon affected not only mages. The same misfortune befell alchemists, as well as those whom some inhabitants called witches, or devil's minions, and it could probably have affected anyone who was somehow associated with magic. And those two animals they found in the forest were twin brothers. They lived in the wilderness and did not move to the city, although they had some healing spells, failing to heal the local chief's son. This one spread rumors that the brothers used black magic. The father of those mages protected them to the end, by the way. Now they were coming towards him. They approached a destroyed house. Harold said that due to recent events, all residents had a negative attitude towards mages. And they even destroyed the houses of their families. The young man knocked, and in response, he heard the angry shout of a man behind the door who would not let anyone in. Harold warned that they would be ready to break down the door if the man did not open it voluntarily. Finally, Idris knew that it was necessary to act differently here. She asked Harold to stop because that man had lost his sons, and he had become an outcast. And if they entered, there was no way he would make contact. When everyone around her hated Idris, what gave her strength was her family. Following her words of approval and support, Idris smiled and said she would try to talk to him herself. Idris understood that the man was tormented by pain, emptiness, sadness, and despair, and these feelings made him angry and hostile. She replied to the man that his sons were not to blame for anything, and they came to hear his version of what happened and get to the bottom of the truth. Idris confidently stated that she believed there was another reason for her sons' transformations, and that they could find it together and prove their innocence. Suddenly, the door opened, and a gray-haired man looked suspiciously at the guests and invited them in. Idris and Khalid sat at the round wooden table and thanked them for their understanding. Idris said they had some important questions for the man and wanted to know his opinion. The young man asked, before his sons lost control, if anything strange was happening. The man replied, Luda and Litton were very kind and friendly boys, but the only spell they could control was weak healing magic. So they had no chance to enter the palace. They were forced to stay in this village. But they tried to help all local residents by healing their wounds, and it was always painful for them to see the suffering of other people. But that damned head had blackened their sons' names, and they didn't even really know how to use black magic. The man clarified that he remembered how in recent days some suspicious character had visited their settlement several times. And he was clearly not from the place. Luda and Litton simply called him a friend, and no one knew exactly who the man was. The man tried to ask his sons about this, but they refused, saying he was the first person who had been so kind to them. He always wore a black robe, so the man could not see his face. But judging by the voice, he was definitely a man, and judging by the expensive fabric, he was most likely a member of the noble family. Idris looked at Harold for a moment because he was the first suspect on her list. The man even once suggested that his sons had gone mad from the oppression of local scoundrels. But they had always been honest and prudent young men. Idris believed that two people could not go mad at the same time in one night. And there was definitely another reason here. And the man in the robe was clearly involved. Idris thanked him for his help and understood that it was difficult for him to remember all this. Common people fear magic, and mediocre, low-powered mages usually spend their lives alone. He asked Idris to do everything in her power to ensure that such misfortunes do not happen again. Idris and Khalid left the man's house, and the lady wondered if this man in the robe was now her main suspect. Khalid agreed that only a mage with high hypnotic skills can make people lose their minds. Many families were exterminated by their own loved ones and relatives. And it was truly terrible. Harold recalled that recently there had been a report that someone had seen a man in a cloak near the house of another mad mage. Until night they searched and interrogated the surviving relatives and close friends of the transformed monsters. However, everything was in vain, but still some of the testimonies coincided. The man in expensive clothes was clearly a foreigner. It was mentioned several times that this mysterious man visited the mages a few days before the tragedy. It was unknown what he was talking about with the mages, and even his facial features were unknown. Harold suggested arresting suspicious people in cloaks, but Khalid considered this idea quite stupid. None of the Florent court mages transformed, and the misfortune only affected the mages in small villages. Khalid ordered that all knights with good stealth skills be notified and suggested continuing the conversation tomorrow. Khalid and Idris were left alone. The young man asked if she had noticed anything suspicious during their stay in Florent. The only thing that bothered the young man was the fact that the mages of the Florent court were the only ones who were unharmed. The Florent were also under suspicion, but they were on their lands, and it was hard to believe they would organize something similar on their own domains. Idris said that in any case one must be on guard, but for now they should reduce suspicion in their direction. Khalid whispered, "The lady is definitely not someone who can easily hate others." And at that moment, when she was about to give up, he was very afraid of losing her. But it seems all his worries were in vain. Harold and Khalid were sitting in the living room when the young man was told important news. And urgent. It seems another attack occurred. It all happened suddenly, and they couldn't do anything. Only 8 mages remained in the settlements. One of the mages, Roy, lived in a densely populated village. He spoke some ancient language. And in the village, they treated him like a devil's servant. Harold asked what they should do next and asked if the Archduke would like to leave tomorrow morning, or if it would be better to move now. Khalid said it would be better to reschedule the meeting for the morning, but it was also necessary to keep an eye on him during the night. A frightened guy with messy hair opened the door for them and asked what had brought them to his ruined hut. The guests greeted the young man and asked permission to enter to talk privately. Harold asked if a man dressed in a black robe had come to see him lately. It seemed to Idris that his answer was too nervous, and it seemed like he was hiding something. The young man stated that due to recent events, local residents began to despise all mages, and no one came near him. Idris said that if someone decides to visit him, the young man should let her know. They did the right thing and decided to return at night so that Roy would not notice they were targeting him, and not warn the man. Seeing Harold, Roy showed no reaction. Although he met this mage for the first time, he did not seem like a good actor to him. And this meant that Harold was not involved in what was happening. Or he never personally visited the mages, and one could only hope for the best. Khalid ordered all knights with good stealth skills to gather, and a small group would be harder to detect. So there should be no more than 10. He warned Idris that she should stay here to be safe, and refused to take her with him that night. He suggested asking one of the Florin mages to protect her with a protective spell, so that everything would be in order. Khalid assured that it was risky, and that the safest thing for the lady would be to remain on the estate under guard. Idris kept insisting for one reason: the man who killed her wore a black robe. He was tall, his face was hidden, he wore clothes made of expensive materials, and there were clear similarities between them. Idris said she wants to get to the bottom of the truth, and tonight she will have that opportunity. It was probable that this was their last chance to find out everything, and Idris could not miss it. As soon as darkness fell upon the streets, Idris and the knights were ready. The mages protected her with a special spell, and not even the most capable mages can detect her presence. Harold asked if the girl was ready, and if it was safe for her and air with them. They left. Khalid asked everyone to keep silent and move as discreetly as possible. None of them knew when their target would appear, so everyone had to stay alert. They saw a man in a black robe walking slowly down one of the streets of Florent. It was their suspect. Harold asked if they should grab him right now, but Khalid insisted they wait until he entered the house. Roy opened the door to the stranger and let him into his house, while everyone else closely watched his every move. They waited for the moment Roy closed the door behind the stranger, and only then did they run. The knights stopped near the door and shouted loudly that they had arrived by order of Harold Florent. A stranger in a robe came out. His blue eyes looked into the distance, as if penetrating through time and space, capturing echoes of the past and mysteries of the future. For some reason, this man seemed familiar to Idris, and unexpectedly repelled Khalid's attack with a single blow. His movements were incredibly fast, and the fighter had a lot of experience. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Roy turned into a bloodthirsty beast. Idris sat on the floor, pressed against the wall and trembling with fear, covering her mouth with cold hands. And trembling. She saw the stranger flee, but she couldn't find Khalid anywhere to ask him to stop him. Khalid was standing holding his sword, and the stranger could not be given the chance to escape. Idris grabbed the stranger's robe with both hands and asked him how far he was going. She clung to the robe with all her might, and feared letting him slip out of her hands at that moment. Khalid understood that he needed to deal with the beast, but then it would be too late for Idris. The stranger pulled his robe from the girl's hands, turned around, and ran toward the door. Khalid ran towards the lady and with a sharp movement threw her aside, while Harold attacked the monster. The magic weakened, and Roy turned back into a common person, but he bitterly suffered for having turned into a beast. Idris was upset because once again they had achieved nothing, and she saw strange sand in her palm. The dust attacked her when she grabbed the man's robe, and before, when they visited Roy. She was sure it wasn't just dust, and it didn't look like it. Idris said that the dust remained from the man in the robe and fell on her when she grabbed him. The point was that she had seen exactly this dust after they visited Roy's house this morning. And that was clearly a clue. Khalid knelt in front of the girl and sincerely thanked Idris for bravely helping him. He was afraid she would die, and the lady was equally worried about Khalid. They didn't know if Idris was in his arms, but Harold had already said it was definitely a good clue. And all that remains is to find someone and find out what kind of magic dust Idris is chasing. Idris reported that she feels no pain and that the dust does not seem dangerous upon direct contact. One of the assistants reported that this dust was magical and made from the dried leaves of the moon tree. These are trees that grow only in Florent territory, with silver-painted leaves. And moon-shaped, hence their name. Leaves that are plucked have hallucinogenic properties, but they also have medicinal properties. So they are grown under strict supervision. Harold said that, moreover, their care is simple, so it is very difficult to ensure that they do not grow in the forests. But the young man was sure that this dust must contain another additive that could cause the loss of reason. Idris assumed that the man in the robe must have access to the trees, and there must be a place where these trees grow in large quantities. An assistant approached Harold and told him that he had an urgent report for the night. Traces of fire and animal corpses were found inside the forest. Furthermore, they stumbled upon tools that must have performed some kind of religious fanatic rituals there. Moon tree leaves were also found, which they apparently tried to cook something with. They decided to head to the forest immediately, and Idris convinced Khalid to take her with him. Khalid was worried about the lady's safety, because this time she would not have protective magic. Idris was the first to find a clue last time, so they took her without arguing. They arrived at the place where they were attacked upon their arrival, and Khalid saved her that time. Idris walked and mentally marveled at the energy of the young people, considering what they had to face the night before. She was very surprised by Harold and his fighting skills, and many things had changed since his return to the past. They approached the site and saw ropes from which sharp, bloody knives hung. Khalid asked Idris to turn around and not look, as there were traces of blood everywhere. And it looked terrifying. Idris noticed the same moon tree, whose leaves were quite rough, and it looked as if someone had pruned them. The girl closed her eyes. It was a terrible sight, and it was not clear who could have done this. Idris knew there should be clues nearby. She found a bowl with the same powder. And it was filled to the brim with dried and ground moon tree leaves, just like yesterday. This meant that the moon tree powder and the maddened mages were interconnected. Harold suggested that everyone involved in the ritual should be captured and interrogated, and Khalid felt that they hadn't gotten very far. He warned Idris and Harold to be prepared and look around carefully. And it seems they returned quickly after seeing the tracks of the knights. They had been waiting for them and watching them from the beginning, observing their every step. And none of them had been seen yet. Idris knew there was only one way, and she asked Khalid to trust her and do as she said. She grabbed the dagger and shouted at the strangers to show themselves, or she would destroy their cup. Idris's plan worked, and a bald man approached them and told them that the sole purpose of the ritual was to capture demons. And Khalid supposed the man was a member of the Erebos clan, who hunt demons. He confirmed and loudly declared that he and his wife must die today. They and the clan members created an elixir to destroy all the devil's minions, witches who share a bed with demons, and those who have turned into monsters. Both Idris and Khalid must die today. The man threw a lit stick into the forest, and in front of the burning fire, he praised himself for having finished off the demons. Idris held her breath and understood that these people had completely lost their minds. And they were willing to do anything. Khalid grabbed the lady's hand and told her it was time for them to flee, but the girl was worried that all the other people might die. He ordered the knights to cover them so they wouldn't suffocate from the smoke and urgently leave the forest. The fire spread too quickly, and at this rate, it could reach a populated area. The exit was blocked, and the exhausted Idris fell to her knees on the ground, tired of trying so hard to avoid death. And it seemed to her that once again she would have to suffer a painful and absurd death. Khalid looked at the tearful lady and promised her that he was willing to protect her at any cost. And he asked her not to be afraid, but simply to trust him and do as he said. He took the lady in his arms and ordered everyone to go deeper into the forest. And none of them would die here today. The fire spread faster and faster, and Idris could not understand what kind of plan Khalid had in mind. The clouds in the sky were thickening, and it seemed that it would start raining soon. The next moment, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, and within a minute they were under the downpour. And they rejoiced at their salvation. Idris smiled happily and shouted that they could not have done it without Khalid's help. And he saved them all. Suddenly, he pulled the lady close to him and whispered that her clothes had become transparent under the rain. He took off his outer garment to cover his soaked wife. Idris was wearing her vest and felt uncomfortable with the transparent, wet clothes. Khalid was glad that the lady was warm and asked her not to worry anymore. Idris had always known that Khalid was irresistible, but now, in the rain, he was even more charming. Count Florent came running because he saw the fire and began to worry if any of the people were injured. Several knights fell in battle, but Khalid will give them all the details on the way. He ordered the knights to comb the forest, and that everyone who could be found should be brought alive to the mansion and interrogated. Idris suggested that apparently those people were targeting the Archduke, and Harold was surprised how they dared to go against the ruler of these lands. Khalid first intended to change into dry clothes and then continue the conversation. Idris wanted to let the young man swim first and order him to fill the bathtub with warm water. She said that Khalid should swim first while she would wait for him in the living room. Khalid approached and gently told her that the lady could take a hot bath with him. He thought Idris wanted to bathe together, but the lady rejected such proposals. Khalid picked up the girl and told her that he simply had to do something now. The young man laughed and threw the lady into the hot bath with her clothes on. Khalid took off his shirt and said that it was not very appropriate to bathe with clothes on and that she would have to undress. The girl was very embarrassed and understood that she was not ready for this yet. Idris shouted how he dared to put her in the tub with her clothes on, but the young man laughed because she was already wet. And in this case, she should be removed as soon as possible, but Idris felt self-conscious and worried. The lady did not expect Khalid to seduce her with that look, and she should have been careful for now. Idris finished her water procedures, got out of the bathroom, and saw Khalid on the bed with a book in his hands. She asked if the young man would catch a cold after the rain, but he insisted that he was fine. But Khalid had little interest in himself and was more interested in the girl laughing a meter away. Idris said that she would still call the servant to prepare a hot bath for him, that the young man should take. She wondered if those strange people hunting Khalid would be members of the Erebus clan. She remembered that the young man told her about a brotherhood that destroys demons, and they believed Khalid was an evil that needed to be gotten rid of. So Khalid believed that these people were not capable of anything, but in reality, everything turned out differently. They tried to kill the Archduke and almost succeeded. And it is very possible that members of the cruel Erebos clan will also snatch away her past life. Idris was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't notice how Khalid called her several times. When Archduke Khalid hugged his wife Idris, time seemed to stop around them. The moonlight spilled softly over their figures, creating an atmosphere of magic and tenderness, and their embrace was filled with love and tenderness, as if every touch conveyed deep feelings that cannot be expressed in words. But at that moment, Harold's voice was heard behind the door, which, as usual, was at the wrong time. He asked if Count Florent was really so worried about her that he visited her several times a day. The young man joked that the lady was talking nonsense, but Khalid did not disregard his words. Harold apologized instantly for his rudeness and promised to be careful with his words in the future. Idris said that everything is fine and that she holds no grudge against anyone. Harold completely forgot about Idris's recent loss and felt very guilty. The young man got up from his seat, bowed, and once again asked forgiveness for his tactless behavior. Idris understood that he clearly remembered what happened to his mother, and therefore she exchanged her anger for mercy. He tried to justify himself by saying that he should not have behaved so tactlessly, and that he did not take into account that His Highness was still in mourning. Harold apologized again and said that until now His Highness addressed him as Count Florent. But from now on, he could simply call him Harold instead of the official address. Khalid warned the young man to be careful in the future, and that next time such nonsense would not end well for him. The Archduke reported that the people who attacked him in the forest were members of the Erebos clan, and Harold was very surprised to learn about this group of madmen. These guys appeared in these lands from time to time, usually spreading strange rumors about His Highness. And they believed that red eyes were a symbol of his demonic essence. But Harold did not understand where demons could come from in their time, and these people were simply madmen who confused myths with reality. He was sure that demons had become extinct many years ago, and all those who barely managed to survive had returned to hell, and therefore, none of them could remain on the mainland. Harold was partly right, because Khalid was actually only half human. Idris asked if Khalid really thought those people belonged to Erebos, just because they talked about exterminating demons. If an assassin infiltrated the Archduke, then he was an acquaintance of one of the servants. Or he was talented enough to evade the knights and secretly enter the castle. But the members of Erebos were commoners. And among them, there are none who are capable of facing the knights. Furthermore, the entrance to the castle is closed to peasants. And this group somehow managed to create a powder from the leaves of the moon tree that could drive any mage insane. Even uneducated peasants are capable of creating such a thing. And clearly, there was a strong mage among Erebos. And he was their main suspect, that mysterious unknown man in a black robe. As they suspected, this man probably has the gift of hypnosis and must be a talented mage. Undoubtedly, those people were members of the Brotherhood, and they are trying to destroy non-existent creatures. For some reason, Idris thought that everyone had died today in a forest fire. But it seemed that Harold knew where the rest of the Brotherhood was. He reported that the knights who combed the forest that night found one survivor. They decided to visit him immediately, and Khalid informed the guards that they were there to see something. Harold pointed to one of the doors and asked the Archduke to follow him. A young man was sitting behind bars, and his eyes filled with horror and fear for everything that had happened. Harold reported that the young man set fire to the forest and tried to kill the Archduke, and the Archduchess, and even him, the heir of the Florent family. The young man prayed that he never intended to kill anyone and asked to be protected from the demon. Khalid looked at the boy with his scarlet eyes and told him that he would have to answer some questions. Harold wanted to know the answer to why he tried to kill His Highness and who sent him. The young man replied in a trembling voice that he tried to kill the Archduke only because he was a real demon. It seems he got quite scared, as he immediately spoke of a community carrying out a mission to destroy evil. Idris asked if the young man had met a man dressed in a black robe. But he shook his head and denied everything. Khalid warned that if the young man was not lying, his life would be spared. Harold had already received a report about him. This guy was named Kyle, and he worked as a hunter. Khalid hugged Idris and asked if she was next to him and why she was staring at another man. But Kyle, seeing the demons in front of him, got even more scared when Idris and Khalid laughed. Kyle said that the man in the robe used moon trees to make magic dust. And he was the one who taught them how to fight, and Idris thought this man must have acted without support. And he didn't risk being caught or hurt. He never participated in anything that could endanger him. He carefully hid his identity and worked completely alone. It was his idea to carry out the ritual. He predicted that the knights would discover their traces and report everything to Harold. And since the demon was already here in Florent, he assumed he would appear in person. And when they returned the next morning, it turned out he hadn't been mistaken. He said that the red-eyed demon was powerful, and only extreme measures could kill him. And the young man was against this plan and initially did not support it. He tried to escape, but inhaled too much smoke and lost consciousness, and only at the next meeting will it be possible to determine how many others survived. Harold warned that if the young man told where and when this meeting would take place, they would reconsider his crimes, and there might even be a reward for his cooperation. And if he wanted to save his family, he had no choice but to tell everything. He said that the next meeting would take place at Mr. Walter's house on the night of the full moon. The full moon night was supposed to take place tomorrow, and Idris feared they had very little time left. Khalid was sure that this time the stranger in the black robe could not escape, no matter how hard he tried. He was waiting for them and turned Roy at the right moment. He managed to predict that Khalid would receive a report about the ritual and go into the forest to check everything. And he probably already knew his next move. The man in the black robe was not only a talented warrior who trained the peasants in using the bow, but also a skillful sorcerer who was capable of doing something that could drive mages insane. And it will not be easy for the Florent Knights and Khalid to defeat someone like him. And if the only way to know his identity is for someone to show up at the meeting before the Knights. And if Idris asked Kyle about this, she might quickly find a way to get there. But Khalid shouldn't have known. And there might not be another chance, so Idris was determined not to give up. Idris and Khalid returned to their room, and the young man tightly hugged the girl, expressing all his love and care for her. He jokingly said that she had been looking at other men all day, but that she hadn't given him a single look. Khalid hugged the lady and admitted that perhaps he felt guilty because she had already been in danger several times. Idris and Archduke Khalid, enveloped in the magic of love, gently joined in a kiss. Their lips connected in an instant, as if becoming a bridge between their souls, transmitting to each other the depth of their feelings, at that moment passion and tenderness merged, creating a powerful whirlwind of emotions that enveloped them both. And every touch, every breath filled them with new energy, strengthening the connection between them. Idris walked down the hall looking for Harold. Her servant said that the young man had woken up not long ago, and the lady could find him in the chambers. Previously, Harold's gaze was full of contempt, but now the young man was not rude at all. And he would definitely like her plan. Harold did not expect Idris to enter the bedroom so boldly, and shouted in surprise for the lady to leave. She said she had come to talk privately, and the young man feared that others might misunderstand this situation. Idris whispered that if he kept making noise like that, they might get caught in the bedroom together. Harold covered his face with his hands and feared that the Archduke would definitely break his neck if he knew his wife was here now. Idris warned that she would like to keep this meeting secret from Khalid and that no one should know about it. Harold felt awkward but tried to listen to the Archduchess, who had such a secret matter. She said that before the Knights left the ambush, she would like to secretly attend this meeting, and that Kyle could get all the information on how to get there. Besides Idris, no one else is fit for this role. Khalid will be betrayed by his red eyes, and Harold will be easily recognized since the lands are possessed by his family. She, on the contrary, never showed her face, so no one at the meeting could recognize her. She said she was already aware of everything, and both Harold and Khalid knew they could trust her. Idris declared that once she gathered enough information about Erebos, they would no longer be a problem. She warned that Khalid shouldn't know, as he loves her very much and worries. And he definitely wouldn't allow her to do such a thing. Harold suggested that there was no other way out, and that together, they should do everything as planned. Idris said that Khalid is still in the training room and will be out for some time. Harold told the guards that he still had a couple of questions with the captured prisoner. Harold was an excellent actor, and within minutes, Idris was in front of Kyle. He intimidated the hostage. If he doesn't want to lose his head, he should watch his language. Idris got straight to the point and asked if there was a way to secretly join today's meeting. They said they wanted to visit him in person, and the young man replied that they would need a password for it. Many participants came from other lands, and there were always too many, and it was common for new people to be at the meeting. They found out the password, and Harold said he was going out with the girl tonight. Idris was worried that, in this case, it would be difficult for Khalid to lead the knights alone. Said Harold, but he is going to see his father and has no intention of leaving the post unattended. They didn't have much time, and they should have left immediately after speaking with Harold's father. Idris abruptly pushed the young man with her elbow, and this meant one thing: she should have quickly shut her mouth. In front of them stood Khalid, who first asked what the two of them were doing here. Harold should have stopped reacting with such enthusiasm to avoid seeming suspicious. Khalid silently looked at Idris and the young man, and he still expected an answer to his question from them. He assumed that Harold was intimidating Idris again and asked her to tell the truth. The girl said she was actually a little bored and asked Harold to show her around the property. The Archduke said tenderly that he could show her around himself and that he had been here a couple of times. Suddenly, he became terribly sweet. Idris smiled and replied that she wouldn't want to distract him from his business once again. Khalid asked to immediately shout next time if Harold did anything strange again. And he hugged the girl. The young man gave in even sooner than Idris expected, and she and Harold ran to their father. He had heard rumors that Harold had been rude to His Highness before, and immediately began to scold his son for his behavior. Father Florent bowed and decided to apologize personally for his objections to the marriage with the Archduke. Due to his ignorance, he behaved rudely. For a long time, he could only wait for an opportunity to apologize to her. But now he couldn't find simple words. And now Idris has no more doubts: the Florent family was not guilty of her murder. Idris reported that Harold felt depressed and suggested that his father take over. And Harold wanted to follow his father's example and sincerely apologized for his terrible behavior in the past. And now it's time to go to the meeting at Walter's house. Idris praised the idea with the excuse of an apology, but it turned out to be truly sincere. He truly regretted everything he had caused the girl with his cruel words about her pedigree. The young man was grateful to Idris for her help, and his attitude towards her had changed a long time ago. He admitted that, when they started working together, he realized that Idris was a truly kind person. And sincere. And she truly deserves respect, which is why he is willing to remain faithful to her as a true lover. The main reason he came to this place was to find the people who threatened her. Which is why Idris first asked questions about the Florent family, but now Harold showed his genuine respect. However, she was not entirely sure that Harold deserved such an easy pardon. She said she was glad about the young man's good behavior and sincerity, but that in the past, he was a complete ignoramus. For Harold, swearing allegiance means accepting Idris as she is, and also, essentially, rejecting his entire life as an aristocrat. Harold was outraged because it had never occurred to him that the lady had such a low opinion of him. Idris admitted she was joking, and the young man promised to serve her in the best way possible from now on. It was time to move on, and Idris was already dressed as a servant so that no one could recognize her. Harold also changed his clothes and looked like an ordinary servant. Walter's house was in the heart of the city, and if they appeared in another carriage, it could cause interest, so Harold suggested they get out and walk the rest of the way. He asked the coachman to take them to the center and choose less busy streets so as not to attract attention. Khalid just saw the carriage at that moment and immediately turned his gaze towards it. Harold stood by the carriage and negotiated with the coachman about the waiting time and the arrival time. He warned that he must keep silent about where they went and not tell anyone else. Khalid quietly approached from behind and asked to hear his excuses about what exactly was happening here. The Archduke promised he would try to be understanding, and Harold immediately knelt before him. He hugged Idris and told her she just had to tell everything, and suddenly she would be in danger. But the lady replied that she decided to do it herself, and that she also had a magic stone. And she could send a signal asking for help if she was in trouble. Harold brought the box and said they might need some extra disguises. He put on a wig, and Idris tried with all her might to restrain herself from bursting into loud laughter. Harold looked very funny with his mustache and this wig, and he asked the lady to stop mocking him. But Khalid joined her, and both burst out laughing at the young man's appearance. They were ready to go to work where everyone knew there was reliable support. And close by, they arrived at Walter's house, and Idris went out first, as she was dressed as a servant. Harold confirmed that they were standing in front of Walter's house and must be careful. Khalid warned Idris that in case of any danger, even the slightest, she must send a signal immediately. And whatever happens, Harold must make the Archduchess's safety his top priority. The lady thanked him for his trust and promised to return safe and sound. They knocked on the door, and a tall, bald man opened it and immediately asked what they were looking for here. Harold said they had come to meet Mr. Walter to discuss an important matter. He replied rudely, "Mr. Walter is busy today and asked the strangers to leave here." Idris confidently asked if a meeting was being held here today. The man was clearly not in the mood to answer politely and continued to be rude to every question asked of him. Khalid didn't take his eyes off them at that moment and observed everything happening from afar. Harold said they came here to join, and until then, Idris was sure that all they had to do was say the password. Harold said his name was John, and that he and his friend Betty worked for a rich knight. The man rubbed his fists and said that if they showed up at least once, he would definitely recognize them. Khalid noticed that they hadn't been allowed in for a long time and stood ready, holding his sharp sword tightly. They lied by saying they supposedly came from Kyle, and this plan unexpectedly worked. The man apologized for his suspicions and said it was a very important meeting. So everyone was strictly controlled. They managed to get inside. The guests dressed in robes were already preparing for the meeting, and enthusiastically discussed that their plan had failed and that Khalid was still alive. Harold and Idris stepped aside and pretended to be aware of everything that was happening. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man in a black robe entered, and everyone present held their breath. He walked through the crowd, and people respectfully bowed their heads to him in reverence. Harold whispered, it really was like a cult, and Idris confirmed his words. A man in a black robe looked mysterious and inspired awe. His figure was hidden under heavy cloth, giving him majesty and inaccessibility. And only the outlines of his face appeared beneath the hood, and his eyes, shining with a mysterious light, seemed to hide many secrets. The steps of this mysterious stranger were light and silent, creating an aura of mystery and danger around him, and there was something unusually attractive and yet terrifying in his appearance, as if his secret intentions could be felt in the air. Idris could not see his face and invited Harold to come closer to see him better. The stranger raised his hand and asked for attention. He said that their previous plan had failed and only alerted the demon more. His voice sounded familiar. The young man continued speaking. Until they lose vigilance, they should temporarily stop driving the demon worshippers insane. But under no circumstances should they give up their goal and must continue to dispense justice. Suddenly, Idris felt uncomfortable, and Khalid was right when he said the stranger could use the magic of hypnosis. His strong voice resonated throughout the hall, and he promised to destroy all red-eyed demons and eradicate their fans to cleanse this world. Hypnosis affected everyone, and Idris was no exception. The lady tried with all her might to think seriously, but with every second it became harder and harder. The crowd repeated everything the man in the robe said, and it became evident that everyone was under the influence of hypnosis. Harold said, the people are definitely like a cult, and now is the time to quietly get out of here. They decided to try to reach the door. But suddenly, Idris felt someone's gaze on her. It was definitely not a person from the general crowd. And the girl still felt his gaze on her. A man dressed in a black robe was watching them from the stage. And there was complete silence in the hall. The stranger asked what Idris was doing. And Harold here, and the girl was very afraid that he would recognize her. At that moment, all the hooded people present turned around and looked at the strangers. Idris and Harold stood speechless, and the lady was tightly clutching the magic stone in her pocket. Idris ordered to run, and the man immediately ordered to stop the fugitives and not let them out. But a guard was already waiting for them near the door, who told them they couldn't leave this place without permission. Hundreds of eyes looked at Idris and Harold, and it seemed they were ready to fall to the ground. The girl was very afraid that someone present would recognize her, and the guard was already shaking his fists to deal with them. Harold drew his sword and blocked Idris with himself so that the huge man couldn't hurt her. Idris threw the magic stone, closed her eyes, and at that moment there was an explosion in the hallway. When she opened her eyes, she saw Khalid and the knights in front of her, rushing to their aid. Harold's father ordered the knights to grab everyone present and tie them up tightly. Khalid first approached Idris and asked if she had received any injuries. The knights had captured every single one of them, and there were dozens of tied-up people in the hallway and dressed in robes. But they still missed the man in the black robe, and he probably escaped through another door. The young man hugged the girl and was very glad she wasn't hurt, and Khalid responded very quickly to her signal. He said that he and the Count had combined their forces and waited together for her signal. And Idris apologized for worrying him. Khalid joked that next time the lady should choose her partner better and examine his candidacy more closely. She tenderly kissed the young man and whispered that he would always be the only one for her. Idris said that the man in the black robe did not want her to die. He turned people against Harold and asked for her to be brought alive. She believed that the man in the robe knew exactly who she was, and that's why he gave that order. He somehow recognized her at first sight, or remembered her then at Roy's house. Or he knew who she was the whole time, and most likely he knew her from the past. Idris threw herself into her husband's arms and asked him how it was possible, since she practically never left the castle. Considering that he is a talented swordsman and well-versed in magic, it means he is not a commoner. He announced that they would stop working until everything calmed down. And this should give them some time. And they should take this opportunity, to see the mages in the castle. Idris turned around and saw the exhausted knights sleeping on the floor, who clearly needed to rest. And apparently, everyone needed to recover strength first before undertaking the journey. Khalid noticed that Florent was exhausted from commanding the soldiers. And the man thanked him for helping his lands. Idris apologized for taking Harold on an important task, and his father was probably worried about him. But the main thing is that the plan was carried out successfully, and almost everyone present was punished as they deserved. Khalid invited the girl to come in and finally sleep and rest well for the night. Idris lay down on the soft bed and yawned, saying that their joint efforts were not in vain. And it turns out that the main problem of the Florent family has been completely solved, thanks to their effort. Idris said that Count Florent and Harold apologized to her and swore true loyalty. The young man said that he also conducted his own investigation into them and found nothing strange. However, this did not change the fact that they had disrespected the lady before. And the Florents would still get what they deserved. The lady said there was no need to get so upset, and that she was fine and received the apologies she deserved. Khalid said he was angrier because the lady was putting her life at risk without thinking twice. The next morning was really good, and the couple slept well. Khalid forgot to mention something important yesterday, and only now told Idris that Ethan would arrive at the Florent estate today. The girl went out to meet a dear friend whom they hadn't seen for a long time. Khalid saw how well they were talking, and said things were going very well until Ethan arrived here. Ethan laughed and noticed that the Archduke even seemed to have a much better sense of humor. Khalid said this was not a joke, and that all his words were the truth. Khalid said they managed to capture everyone only thanks to this prisoner who survived the fire. Idris confirmed that they got rid of the cult because one of its members, Kyle, leaked information about their last meeting. Harold entered the room and said that with his help, they caught the members of the Erebos clan. He had already spoken with Kyle, and tomorrow they would give him the promised reward. Harold was not thrilled with this, but he was a man of his word. Ethan and Harold also got along badly before, and the assistant was surprised when they managed to get so close. The young man cheerfully declared that the Archduchess also turned out to be an incredible person, and that he was willing to be forever surprised by her extraordinary mind with such a childlike face. Those captured in Erebos will soon be sent to Rukunguya prison, where they will serve their sentences. They still couldn't find the man in black, but the moon trees were now under surveillance by their soldiers. The situation in Florent lands was almost under control, and this meant that only finding the mysterious stranger remained. Ethan said that at first, he was worried that Idris had joined them. But now, he was glad that everything had turned out well. Khalid suggested that Ethan take a break from the long journey, and it was time for him and Idris to go to their room too. The young man said he would feel much better if they went to their home and rested together. Harold wished everyone good night, and the young people headed to their rooms. Before Idris could enter the room, Khalid immediately wrapped the lady in his tender embrace. The girl actually thought the young man was unwell, but it turned out that he called her to the room for other reasons. The young man suddenly said that he was very jealous and that he didn't like Idris looking at other men. And only now did the girl realize that Khalid was not angry and that the reason was completely different. Their hearts united at that moment, and the harmony of true love sounded in their souls, which was stronger than any disagreement and obstacle. Archduke Khalid tenderly and lovingly embraced his wife, as if wanting to convey all his affection and support. She felt his warmth and closeness, and every moment of his hug filled her heart with happiness and peace. Idris took and gently stroked Khalid's hand, with which she touched his velvety skin. Idris behaved strangely, and the young man noticed that the lady felt uncomfortable. Khalid felt the passion in him growing stronger every minute, and that the girl had clearly learned to charm people with words. Khalid touched her lips with his, and at that unique moment, everyone around them was forgotten. Their world narrowed down to the two of them. Their embrace became the center of the universe, filled only with mutual love and understanding. A few seconds later, the lovers were in bed, and Khalid was no longer going to restrain his desire. He admitted that Idris was the only girl for whom he had such strong feelings. Khalid smiled and said he felt the girl's energy inside him, and now that they shared a bed, a piece of her remained with him. His ability to sense the lady would only last a couple of weeks at most, and during the next half-month, he could know if the lady was in danger. Khalil confirmed his words, although he really hoped it wouldn't come to that. The young man jumped out of bed and excitedly asked if the lady planned to be in danger. The man who tried to kill her was still at large, so he thought it would be great if Khalil could immediately sense the threat. However, the problem was that the young man couldn't know where he was and only felt what was happening to her. Khalil thought about it, but perfectly understood that the girl's life was constantly hanging by a thread. At a time when demons still inhabited this continent, people used summoning magic. And even an ordinary person could easily summon a demon. This only required strong will, sacrifice, and the name of the demon the person was going to summon. Black magic had been banned many years ago, but now the young man spoke openly about the rituals. He took the lady's hand and confidently said, "She can see the demon she wants to summon right in front of her." Idris said it was a pity she had nothing to sacrifice, and Khalid replied that the demon would accept everything that constitutes human essence. People are made of flesh, blood, and soul, so when summoning a demon, they often use an already deceased person as a victim. Idris imagined all this and got very scared because the lady was incapable of such a thing. She couldn't hurt anyone even if she desperately wanted to summon a demon. But there was another option for summoning. Her blood should also work. But it's not like the young man was very happy about her injury. He gave Idris a small knife. If she was in danger, she should scratch her skin, and there was no need to make deep cuts. All she had to do was call Khalid, and he would instantly go wherever she was. Idris asked if he thought it might be too risky, and that there would be a big scandal if people saw it. The Archduchess is not only summoning a demon, but people will also realize that Khalid has demon blood running in his veins. And if the truth is revealed, everyone will try to kill him and send him back to hell. The young man assured her not to worry about that, but the lady understood the gravity of the situation and the threat. Khalid looked her in the eyes and told her he didn't want to lose her anymore, and that she should call him immediately if necessary. The lady had no choice but to obey her husband and no longer make him nervous or worried. The next morning, Idris met Harold, who was already starting to worry because the young couple hadn't left the bedroom for a long time. They were going to have lunch together, and the girl suddenly remembered that Kyle was supposed to be released today. Harold said that since they made a deal, he had to let him go today at the end of the day. But he was not eager to do so. Ethan asked when His Highness would return to the castle. And all the nobles are already burning, with impatience waiting for the Archduke's return. And his wife. Ethan complained that since the young man left, all the paperwork had fallen on him. Idris agreed. The Florent problem was solved, and Ethan needed Khalid's help. The girl also missed Elsa, and above all, she would like to go home now. Idris couldn't believe there was finally a place she could call home. They decided to return home in 2 days, and Idris had already started packing for the trip. But suddenly Harold burst through the door with a trembling voice and frightened eyes, and said in a trembling voice, barely breathing, that all the prisoners had just escaped. Harold called Idris and Khalid with him. The blood-soaked knights lay in the hallway on opposite sides. One of them recounted that he found them like that as soon as he arrived for his shift, and it seemed they had been ambushed. No noise was heard, and the strangers caught up with all the prisoners, including the one who was supposed to be released today. It was Kyle, and the young man asked them to look inside. Idris could already smell the strong smell of blood from afar, and it was everywhere, as if there had been a bloodbath in the dungeon. The girl instantly felt sick, and Khalid was beside himself with rage when he saw this scene in front of him. He regretted 100 times taking Idris with him, and should have left her in the room under supervision. The young man asked her to close her eyes and not open them, and right now he is by her side. Sharp sounds were heard nearby, and none of the people could understand what was happening here. The young man, who was covered in blood, asked to open this door and no longer thought he would survive. Harold shouted loudly, "There is a survivor here, and he needs urgent help." The knights couldn't believe someone had survived, and probably escaped by pretending to be dead. Khalid ordered the knights to take the young man out of there and interrogate him first. He asked Idris not to force herself to be there, and everything happening was not pleasant at all. The young man said that he really faked being killed, and that was all he could do. And this stranger was very powerful. Khalid asked the young man to be honest and tell everything that really happened there for the sake of his dead comrades. When they threw them into this prison, they realized that Kyle was still alive and, moreover, he was completely fine. It became clear to them what really happened, and Kyle simply betrayed them. They and their friends cursed him in their cell, and if he had been sitting with them, they would have definitely given him a punch in his lying face. And suddenly he appeared, the very mysterious man in a black robe. The young man said that he was absolutely alone, walked silently, and quickly killed all the guards. Idris couldn't believe what she heard because everything the young man said was simply impossible. At first she thought the man had come to save them, but how stupid she was when she realized she was deeply mistaken. He called Kyle a traitor and finished him off, and everyone else was next. Invading the Florent estate so brazenly and doing something monstrous was complete madness. And it seemed to Idris that the man in the robe would not act until they lowered their guard. The girl was completely confused after what happened, but tried to make sure that if he wanted to, he could kill her too. Khalid asked if Idris was okay, because the killer managed to enter the estate and commit something terrible. But all his worries instantly evaporated every time he looked into Khalid's eyes. Ethan asked for permission to enter the room and said that he had heard about a terrible incident. Harold said it was his fault and that he should have ensured better security and that he did not expect a stranger to appear on his property. As the investigation progressed, Harold reported that he thoroughly inspected the prison and the building but found no signs of forced entry. He also interrogated the guards. However, they saw nothing, and he seemed to appear out of nowhere. Khalid ordered to keep looking for clues, and they would try to solve it once they returned to the castle. The Archduke said there was reason to believe that a man in a black robe might also visit the castle, which is why he intends to investigate the suspicious characters in it. Ethan assumed that only commoners could be members of Erebos, and that they were forbidden to be in the castle. Khalid said he would explain later, and that in any case they should return to the castle tomorrow as planned. The young man and Idris were left alone. Harold was already aware of everything, and there was no need to hide the truth from him. The lady realized that Khalid probably suspected Ethan, and she also doubted him a little. She thought Ethan was just an assistant, but was very surprised to learn that he and Khalid had been together since the cradle. Moreover, he has been the main advisor all these years, and Khalid will always trust him. Idris apologized for thinking such a thing about Ethan, but the young man said that he himself had not expressed himself clearly. He knew they should tell Ethan that a man in a robe had been visiting the castle. But still, Khalid was going to hide this information. And it's not that he didn't trust Ethan. It's just that rumors spread very quickly, and this information could not be allowed to get out. Idris wanted to know more about the years of his childhood that he spent with Ethan. Khalid's mother was a demon. His father fell in love with her as soon as he saw her, and as a result, he was born. But for his mother, he and his father were just more toys, so she left her son immediately after his birth. Throughout his childhood, those around him rejected him, condemned him, and even threatened his life. So Khalid did not feel safe, and even in his own bed, he always kept a sword nearby while sleeping. In the end, he decided to survive and become strong at all costs, perhaps because the demonic blood inside the boy had a wild desire to destroy everyone. And everyone else. It was at that moment that he met Ethan, who was still a very young blue-eyed boy. At first, he didn't make the best impression on Khalid, then Khalid did everything possible to survive. And Ethan had already given up. His house was attacked, and his family was murdered. Ethan then hid in the closet, and only because he became the sole survivor. His father brought him to the house, as Ethan was the son of his most valuable knight. And from then on, he and Ethan became inseparable. Everyone constantly tried to express sympathy for him. People came to stare at him open-mouthed, and more often than not, showed compassion, not caring about his feelings at all. Ethan did not think he should be grateful for the kind words on his face. And Khalid noticed that the boy was clearly different from other children. He is the only one who did not fear or despise Khalid because he saw no point in it. When Khalid inherited the title of Archduke and became a notorious and cursed tyrant. Then Ethan volunteered to be his personal assistant, and from then on they became inseparable. And his jealousy was just a natural reaction, and in fact, he trusted Ethan wholeheartedly. Idris smiled and said that the young man was the dearest person in the world to her, and that she didn't need anyone else. In the morning, they thanked the Florent family for the warm welcome and for allowing them to stay in their house. Replied Harold. The Florent house swore allegiance to the lady, and it was their duty to serve her faithfully. The young man and his father bowed and wished Khalid and Idris a good journey. Idris was very happy that they were returning home, but at the same time a little sad. Khalid tried to reassure the girl, because they could finally be alone and concentrate better on each other. The young man shared that back, then he perceived his status as a duty. But now he has completely rethought its meaning. Upon arrival, Elsa, with an excited face, said she was very worried about Idris because she had been away for quite some time. The maid reported that there were no incidents and that Ethan had been very attentive to things. It turned out that Lord Ethan left cults many times and spent a lot of time outside the castle. And he seems to have done a splendid job managing the castle well. Elsa noticed that Ethan was incredibly handsome to her and lowered her eyes in embarrassment. Idris had already heard that Ethan was very popular among the castle maids. And there was no need to be ashamed if he really liked her. And upon seeing Elsa in love, the girl urgently wished to see her lover. Elsa saw Idris shine and believed that one day she too would have a strong marriage. On the way, she met Ethan, who, in her opinion, should now work with Khalid. He said he had left the documents in his room and would now take them to Khalid's office. Idris noticed that the young man took very responsible care of cults and was probably tired of the troubles. And the young man thought that Idris probably wants to be alone with Khalid and should leave them in peace. And it would be better for him to really rest. The lady noticed a tree leaf on Ethan's clothes and carefully removed it from the young man's clothing. It was strange, but Ethan reached out and took the paper, and this slightly surprised the girl. And only after a couple of minutes, Idris seriously thought that Ethan had behaved strangely at that moment. Khalid sat in his office and studied important documents that needed to be addressed. Idris entered and smiling said that she missed him. She decided to stop by, and it was definitely time for the young man to take a break. The lady said she was worried because Khalid could easily overwork, since he had just returned from a trip and hadn't rested yet. But fortunately, the important documents were ready, and the young man cheerfully said he was completely free for her. He seated the lady at the table, but she was indignant at his brazen behavior. And she had no intention of using the table as a chair. Idris stroked the young man and told him she hadn't had a moment of peace and wasn't tired of so many things. She said that Elsa and Ethan took very good care of things, and there were no problems during the inspection. Elsa warned Idris that the cult's festival was just around the corner, and it was worth taking time to prepare. Elsa tried to say something, but she felt embarrassed and became very shy. The maid stuttered for a long time, but gathered her courage and said that she had heard that if you share sweets with someone in the shade of a tall tree on the last day of the festival, that person will stay with you forever. So she wanted to ask what kind of cookies Sir Ethan likes. Elsa covered her mouth with her hands in horror and couldn't believe she had uttered these words out loud. Idris laughed and asked if the girl was really worried about something so small. Elsa was playfully indignant at how the mistress could call everything that was happening a triviality, because for her it was extremely important. Idris thought about it. The festival took place around the same time every year, and she hadn't been able to enjoy it in her previous life, so the lady had no idea what it was all like there. But maybe this time she can have fun and relax after everything that happened. Idris knew nothing about Ethan's tastes, but promised to help her friend in every way she could. Elsa was very happy that Idris herself supported her wish and wanted to help. They spent some time talking pleasantly about someone's relationship and spending quality time together. The flour for baking cookies was already ready, and Idris was surprised that Elsa brought a whole bag. The girl was going to make a bunch of different cookies, and she was sure that Sir Ethan would like at least one. Elsa asked if Idris was going to bake something delicious for His Highness. Idris imagined bringing aromatic cookies specially prepared for the young man, and was surprised not to have thought of this before, because she could give her husband a nice surprise. Idris was delighted with the idea and told Elsa they could start immediately. It took a long time, but the only thing Idris got were coals instead of cookies. Elsa tried to assure her that the lady simply lacked practice. Elsa promised that she would definitely help the girl, and they decided to try again tomorrow. Idris knew she couldn't give Khalid a burnt cookie, and maybe she should practice again today. But at that moment, she ran into Khalid, and it was impossible for her to guess his surprise. Khalid said that while they were with the Florence, a lot of work had piled up. The lady smiled and said she simply decided to take a walk, and that everything was fine for her, so that Khalid wouldn't worry. The young man reminded the lady that she should definitely call him for help if something suddenly happened. Idris tenderly kissed her husband and wished him that he could finally sleep well and rest after a long day of work. She left him inspired by her upcoming baking hopes and confident that everything would turn out well. After a night of practice, Idris's cookies turned out perfect, and Elsa was happy that the lady was doing a great job. Ethan was walking down the corridor and overheard the ladies cheerfully discussing something, and he was glad that they were happy now. Khalid said the castle had become suspiciously noisy and asked if Ethan had any idea why. He said the cult's festival starts tomorrow, and Khalid hadn't even heard anyone report about it. He thought about it and decided that Idris would definitely be happy with this news and would be delighted with the festival. Khalid met the lady in the corridor and immediately asked her if tomorrow was the first day of the festival, and if she had been there before. The young man said that he also hadn't attended the festival and had only seen it from the window before. And it turned out that this year they should both attend for the first time, and it should become an important event. The Archduke smiled and stated that he wanted to have fun without worries. The streets were decorated with colorful flags, ornaments, and lights, creating an atmosphere of celebration and joy. And the celebration of the festival in cults was supposed to be a bright and colorful embodiment of the city's cultural heritage, and an excellent way to relax and enjoy the vacation. The smile did not leave Idris's face, and she looked with amazement at everything happening around her. Suddenly, Khalid drew her attention to an interesting piece of jewelry that would definitely suit Idris. The shop lady cheerfully asked if the young man would like to buy a souvenir for someone special. They said that if you give a ribbon to the person you love on the last day of the festival, the two will become inseparable forever. Khalid immediately bought the ribbon that she liked for Idris, and at that moment, he felt pleasant emotions inside. He quietly rejoined Idris and did not answer her questions about his brief absence. They sat down to rest near the fountain, and the lady said she always knew cults was beautiful. But for the first time, she only managed to enjoy it now. She really hoped that all these trials would end soon, and they would return to living in peace. Khalid hinted that he would like to live in a world where the laughter of their children could be heard. And the lady did not expect to hear that. The young man admitted that he is incredibly happy that Idris is by his side and has the opportunity to enjoy moments with her. The last day of the festival arrived, and the lady was a little upset that such a wonderful vacation was ending. But she had one more important matter to attend to, and the moment to meet Elsa was approaching. Idris informed the young man that she would have to be absent for a while for an important matter. Elsa approached them and greeted the Archduke, hoping to draw Idris away from him as soon as possible. The girl began to smile, and Elsa approached Khalid for a reason, and Idris said she wanted to go somewhere with Elsa. She did not answer the young man's questions and promised to return soon, because the place was nearby. Idris stood behind a tree and watched Elsa from afar, who was waiting for Ethan to appear. But Khalid decided not to leave the lady alone and also appeared near another tree, which forced Idris to tell him the whole truth. She was very surprised when she saw that her personal assistant, Ethan, had come to meet Elsa. Idris talked about the idea that Elsa wants to implement on the last day of the festival. And Khalid did not expect anyone else to believe in these whims. Idris said she decided to help Elsa and asked Ethan to come to this tree at a certain time. Elsa said she called Ethan to confess something to him. She couldn't confess immediately, and at first absurdly thanked him for his good work in the castle. Elsa gathered her courage and excitedly handed the young man a package of baked cookies. Ethan thoughtfully said he is an Archduke's servant and appreciates her emotional impulses. But it is important for him to focus on work, and he hopes to forget about his love. The time will come, and he will give it to someone who truly deserves it. And this is the answer Idris feared. But Elsa saw in his refusal even greater gratitude and superiority than the young man knew how to honestly admit. Idris didn't understand what had just happened, but it was a relief for her shoulders that Elsa didn't seem lost and annoyed. The lady remembered that she hadn't given her cookies to Khalid, but suddenly he asked her to hold out her hand. He tied a blue satin ribbon with gold embroidery onto her hand, and this was the same sign of inseparable love. The young man said that if you give a gift to your loved one, feelings can last forever. Idris opened the gift box and finally gave her husband the cookies she had been working so hard on. They kissed tenderly. It was their first time attending the festival, and both were sure they would remember it for the rest of their lives. Early the next morning, Elsa brought the lady the important papers she requested. She had been busy since the morning, and it was necessary to deal with the internal affairs of the castle. And Khalid also got up early today to lock himself in his office with informational documents. Elsa said that Khalid was waiting for Idris in his free time, and once all the important questions were answered, the lady went to her husband. He showed her records of mages who had previously entered the castle, and the lady had previously mentioned hostile families. Besides the Florents, these could be the families of Arno, Bayach, Northman. And Carries, the young man sorted the mages according to their families, and highlighted all the great mages who master the spell of hypnosis. A different magic is passed down in each family, so they will have to check all mage families on this list. Idris suggested that she take care of the investigation herself, and Khalid could calmly attend to his affairs. She decided to start by studying the books in the library, and after a few hours, she was already lying down with her head on the table from exhaustion. The lady compared all the information with Khalid's list, but this yielded no results. And probably they went too far by deciding to check all the families. The book said that mental spells are rare, but in one of them, Idris discovered information about the great hypnosis mage Agnes von Nain. She left her mark on Kaltz's history as a powerful hypnosis mage, and her single word made people lose their will and act according to her wishes. With the spell of her voice, she could control and subjugate the actions of other people. And her magic was so strong that a person without a strong determination to resist could not stand in front of her. And Idris wanted to personally meet someone kind from her. The lady went to Khalid to inform him of the first clues found in the books about mages. She found a book, and in it, she found a man who used the same spells as the man in the black robe. Idris was determined to ask for an audience with the mage of the von Nain family himself. Khalid accepted the offer and said he would send them a personal invitation in his name. The young man said he was a little sad to accept the fact that they were constantly busy with business and spent little time together. Idris rested her face against her lover's chest and said that she was experiencing the same feelings. An audience with the mage was scheduled for the next day, and Idris and Khalid arrived at the meeting. The lady smiled sweetly and said she was very happy to meet von Nain. Khalid said they had a couple of urgent matters, and since this was very serious, they hoped the man would understand the situation and ask them for so much haste. A lady urgently informed the Archduke that high-ranking nobles had arrived. But Lord Ethan Sorbel was not there, and they demand an immediate audience with His Highness, but Khalid told them to wait. They reported that they had an urgent report, which was time-sensitive and related to recent events. Idris worried that if this was so important, the problem must be of national scale. Khalid wanted to deal with this emergency visit, but he didn't want to leave Idris alone with Ian. However, the young man left her in charge of the conversation, and the first thing the lady said was that the man's arrival was due to his curiosity about Agnes von Nain. She was his sister, but the man said that it was no longer possible to meet or communicate with her. Idris said she was very sorry, and with the man's permission, she would like to know what happened. This happened many years ago, and since then, much water has flowed under the bridge. And unfortunately, nothing can be fixed. His sister Agnes was a prominent mental mage, given that women in cults are allowed to rule the family. Everyone was sure that she would become the next head of the family. But she chose all this to become the wife of her beloved knight. And in the end, this decision turned out to be a wrong one. And the knight she married was distinguished by his fighting character. Agnes was a powerful mage, but due to her husband's enemies, she died suddenly at an early age and was brutally murdered by a stranger who entered their house at night. It was very terrible, and the perpetrator was never caught, but her brother only suspected her husband. And this was clearly done by someone who was on bad terms with him. Idris bitterly lamented that the man had lost his dear sister and nephews overnight. And she couldn't imagine how he felt after that. The man couldn't hold back tears, and the lady apologized for bringing up an old, painful topic. And in that monstrous incident, only one person survived, the youngest son of Agnes, who managed to hide in the closet. Suddenly, Idris felt as if the story told by the man seemed painfully familiar. Idris horrifically remembered who she had heard this story from, but urgently needed to find out the name. The lady felt dizzy from this information, and Ian was worried if everything was all right with the lady. He asked the child's name, and Ian's answer made her hands tremble. And the boy's name was Ethan Sorbel. Idris was already familiar with the story of how Ethan miraculously survived that nightmare. He persistently carried with him that moon tree leaf that accidentally clung to him. And she knew that Kyle was a traitor because she herself told Khalid about it when they met. And even the password Eribo's moonlight in the dark is associated with his gift. A moonstone brooch that emits a dim light in the dark. It turned out that Ethan was the first to learn about her pregnancy. He was an excellent swordsman and the son of Agnes von Nain, a powerful hypnosis mage. He took his mother's life, and then he had the audacity to be kind to her and begged her to stay in the castle, staying by her side in any situation. His eyes looked at Idris with such tenderness every time, and all this time she was blinded by his magical light. But the friendly hand extended to her killed her in the past, took her mother's life, and spilled the blood of other people. Disappointment swept through Lady Idris's soul like a cold gust of wind, dispelling the last remnants of warmth. She realized that the sincerity and loyalty she valued so highly were just an illusion created by Ethan's deceitful heart. She looked at Ian and saw that he had the same faded blonde hair and the same bottomless gray eyes. The lady laughed at herself for not noticing the similarities sooner because she and Agnes were very similar. And Khalid probably knew nothing and wouldn't inquire into someone's family, and the closer the person was to him, the less he looked at him. And he didn't even realize that Idris's mother was a servant until she told him. But it was already too late, and they shouldn't have trusted Ethan so blindly. Idris understood more and more that it was all Ethan's fault. All this time he lived as Khalid's assistant, and they even grew up together. But it was not entirely clear why Ethan was trying to kill him, his unborn child. And Idris herself. The lady rudely told Ian not to touch her and hit him hard on the arm when he approached, and asked him what had happened. The girl, angry, pointed to the door and shouted at the man to leave the room immediately. Idris's head was simply spinning, realizing that all this time the main villain was Ethan, but she couldn't give up now because she swore to avenge her mother's death. Like a whirlwind of emotions, anger and sadness filled her heart. And now Lady Idris knew that the path to true happiness was elsewhere, far from the deceit and lies that Ethan had brought into their lives. And at the very moment of despair, someone who was not a blonde young man appeared in the hall in her way. Idris felt that Ethan was behind her, and she had to keep a low profile. Because if Ethan realized that she knew his nature, he would immediately try to kill her before she could tell Khalid everything. But for some reason, Idris didn't care about his death now. She was no longer afraid, and above all, she had to get revenge. And to protect Khalid and Elsa, even if she had to give her life. But now, she didn't have to show that something was going on. He noticed Idris's swollen eyes and had to play along with this liar, who tried to calm her with a sweet voice. She said she wanted to see Khalid, and Ethan offered to accompany the girl to her husband. Idris tried to refuse, as if Asama could get there, and she simply wanted Ethan to leave her alone. And leave. Ethan smiled politely, and Idris was disgusted by the way he deceived them, pretending to be a loyal comrade and friend. And if you think about it, there wasn't a single servant in the hallway today if someone else were here. She would have asked someone else to accompany him instead of Ethan. And now it was just the two of them, her and a cruel deceiver taking advantage of the kindness of her loved ones. She couldn't calm down if Khalid had told Ethan they had invited Ian here. Besides, she was almost sure the young man shouldn't know anything about Ian's arrival. Moreover, he had left the castle a long time ago, and they shouldn't have met. And if they had met, Ethan wouldn't be so calm now. Idris shuddered at his every word and needed to control herself. And as soon as Ethan starts suspecting something, everything ends. If he has suspicions about her, he might treat her brutally. And the lady had no choice but to pretend everything was fine and agree to the young man's proposal. He took her hand and asked her to follow him, because Idris didn't know where the Archduke was. She felt it was strange. The castle was strangely very quiet today. They went up the stairs, and Ethan said that Khalid was waiting for her at the top. But Idris was sure that Khalid definitely wasn't there. The young man is currently in a meeting with high-ranking nobles. But it turned out Ethan was trying to take her to the roof. He mysteriously asked if the lady had ever been to the top of the tower. Definitely something was wrong, and Idris needed to buy time, but she couldn't just follow him. And the lady could only hope that everything would be fine and he wouldn't have time to harm her. She decided that she would just pretend to listen, and when she saw someone from the window, she would ask for help. But suddenly Ethan said, if the lady was going to delay finding a way to ask for help, then it would be better not to try, and it wouldn't work. Ethan must have already known that Idris managed to identify the culprit, and that she already knew who he really was. He asked if he had killed everyone working in the castle, and the young man burst out laughing in response. He said that even he couldn't kill an entire castle full of people, and he simply hypnotized everyone. Therefore, no one will come here, and not even the Archduke will unfortunately come to help her. Idris got scared and screamed. Ethan couldn't do anything to Khalid. He said he didn't touch him, and at this moment, His Highness is busy receiving high-ranking people. And since they are very annoying people, he will definitely be busy there for the next few hours. And he plans to deal with His Highness right after Idris. The girl asked him how he knew that she already knew the whole truth about his deceitful personality. It turned out that when Ethan returned to the office, he was visited by Ian, who was worried about his mistress's condition. And as soon as he saw the old man, everything became clear. And if she doesn't go up to the roof with him, he will have to get to the hypnotized ones and order the Archduke to harm them. Idris agreed to accompany him to the rooftop, from where they had a magnificent view of the city. The girl wondered if she could get Ethan out of there, who already deserved his death. Ethan asked the lady not to do anything stupid, and if she angered him, she would probably die sooner than planned. Idris asked if he had brought her here anyway, and if he planned to kill her anyway. The young man said he wanted to give the lady the most beautiful death, and at that moment, Idris realized that he was truly crazy. The idea that Idris needed the most beautiful death, due to Ethan's affection, was incredibly absurd. He said that in the past she was not worthy of a beautiful death, but heaven forgave her. Ethan assured that his feelings for her were sincere, and he would never have shown such mercy towards the demon woman if she hadn't been dear to his heart. Therefore, he asked not to insult his feelings, his love, and his true affection, and the young man turned out to be much crazier than Idris imagined. She was indignant. She and Khalid grew up like siblings, but he tried to kill him and, among other things, he took the lives of innocent people, including his own followers. Idris thought Ethan was her friend, but he cruelly betrayed everyone who loved him. And they took care of him with all their heart. He tried to tell the girl something, but Idris didn't want to hear anything, because her heart was just broken into 1,000 pieces. Ethan said that since they had come to this, there was no point in hiding the truth anymore. And it all began with the death of his mother. Idris assured that her mother died at the hands of her father, and he continues to hate demons. And spilling the blood of sinless mages and the loss of a loved one is no excuse for cruel acts. The young man laughed and said that there was no attack on his family and that Ian had embellished the whole story. Ethan's mother, Agnes von Nain, is described in books as the most powerful mage. And brilliant, she was supposed to take the place of the head of the family, but instead she fell in love. She became a good wife to Sir Sorbel, gave him 3 children, and formed a family. Agnes lived a normal and quiet life, but that life did not suit her temper. Soon this routine began to weigh on Agnes. Gradually, they began to be forgotten about her. And after a while, no one knew how powerful she once was. Her husband was always focused on his sword. And except for her youngest son Ethan, none of the children showed magical abilities. In the end, teaching Ethan became her only joy. The boy grew up, and it became clear that he had great potential and decent stats. Ethan's training progressed quickly, and he was interested in a potion made from the leaves of the moon tree. That could easily drive him mad. The two created their own magical world, and soon began practicing the most powerful dark magic. His mother said she found the name of a demon in a forbidden book, and that she was going to summon him to gain incredible powers and become the most powerful mages in the world. Finally, they performed the ritual, offered a sacrifice, and called the demon by name. A couple of minutes after the summoning, Ethan saw the silhouette of wings appear. And a demon! The boy was quite small then, and was very frightened, when he saw a strange horned creature in front of him. The red-eyed demoness was incredibly majestic, and she wondered who dared to summon her. She said that their sacrifice was too modest for her to honor it, and that they should think before engaging in such dark deeds. The devil said she would need the lives of everyone living in this house. Then she would be ready to make a deal. Ethan's mother shouted at the boy to hide in the closet, and Ethan prayed that the demon wouldn't find him. He sat alone in a dark closet and cried, and screams were heard behind the door, and a pungent smell of blood. And everyone died because he didn't leave his mother, and she performed this cursed ritual. Ian found him hiding in the closet and took him to live with him. But at his house, he attracted too much attention, and people constantly tried to comfort the boy. And everyone was so sad that such a brilliant mage and his family were dead. Everyone spoke hypocritically about the cruel fate of the child, and it was scary to go through a tragedy at that age. In the end, he got tired of these rumors and shut himself off. And Ian decided to send him somewhere else, so he ended up in Khalid's house. Upon meeting him, he immediately realized that His Highness was different, although his scarlet eyes led Ethan into confusion. But he couldn't even imagine that Khalid would turn out to be a demon. At first, Ethan had no idea that impure people could live peacefully within the castle walls. But he enjoyed learning to wield a sword because having someone as a mentor reminded him of his mother. He even felt something familiar when His Highness suffered from his annoying attention. Khalid was still in the meeting, and after 3 long hours of negotiations, he thought this useless meeting had dragged on. The honorable lady insisted on her request and asked the young man to show due understanding. Khalid only thought about how to quickly return to Idris, and the guests suspected that the Archduke wasn't listening to them at all. Idris asked if the time spent with Khalid was so happy for him that he was about to give up revenge. But she learned that Khalid had the devil's blood running in his veins and was born from a real demon. Other demons had long since abandoned this world, and Khalid's mother did so later than anyone else. And then Ethan first discovered the truth that Khalid's mother is a demon from the underworld itself. Ethan was filled with terrible anger because his best friend turned out to be a degenerate demon. And he should have realized it the moment he saw his vile red eyes. Ethan believed that if this demon was set free, his descendants would again destroy people and lands. And from that moment on, he did everything in his power to put an end to him. Ethan secretly put poison in the Archduke's drinks, but as expected, the poison had no effect on him. Instead of dying, he only increased his influence with a new aristocrat who came to support him. Idris said that the young man probably suffered because of the demon, but this does not give him the right to cause suffering to other people. In their first meeting, the girl made a special impression on the young man. Ever since he got close to the evil spirit, Ethan believed it was only a matter of time before she was killed. But then, everything started to change. They had no relationship, and Idris worried about him only as her husband's assistant. And she was the first person to give him such a wonderful gift. He came up with one excuse after another as to why the lady was still allowed to live. And her feelings truly seemed sincere. But the young man was outraged that the lady managed to get pregnant by a demon. He screamed madly that the lady had stabbed him in the back and betrayed all of humanity, all to give birth to a devil's child. Idris stumbles upon a rock and ends up on the edge of the roof, and Ethan tries to kill her. Idhan said the girl had nowhere to run, and it would be easier to accept her desperate situation. Suddenly, Idris remembered that Khalid had recently given her a dagger and ordered her to summon it at the first sign of danger. But Ethan immediately noticed the weapon and threw it far from the hands of the frightened Idris. He laughed when he saw the small dagger that Idris picked up from the floor anyway and took in her hands. Ethan mocked that the lady was threatening him with that toothpick and thought she could hurt him. That sword was child's play against a trained mage like him, but Idris couldn't just sit down and wait for him to take her life. She brought the sword to her hand, and the young man thought the lady wanted to commit suicide. He takes her hand and acts like a caring friend who is worried that the lady might get hurt. Ethan said she didn't even know how to hold a dagger properly, and for some reason thought he would let her iron it so easily. Ethan looked at Idris with cold eyes and said that only he has the right to take her life. And no one else. Idris declared that Ethan was definitely crazy and that he tried to kill his best friend for a stupid reason. The lady said that Khalid was not the demon he called him, and moreover, he had never harmed innocents. His followers committed many terrible crimes, and the demon who killed his family. And Ethan now became the same to her. And if he wants revenge, then he should start with himself, because it was the young man who caused all these disasters. And destruction. Idris's hands were covered in blood. Ethan smiled and asked her what her plan was, because the cut couldn't kill her. Idris replied that she was not going to die soon, but that he would soon go to the other world. The girl loudly pronounced the name of the demon Khalid ruin cults was going to summon, and dropped a drop of her blood onto the sword. Ethan must know how this works, since he summoned a demon himself. And now he was calling Khalid, who should appear here in the next few seconds. His gaze was filled with rage and determination, as if he were preparing for an irreconcilable battle with the enemy. And in his eyes flickered the flame of revenge and thirst for retribution for those deceitful words that brought destruction to his heart. The very next moment, an enraged Khalid appeared, ready to kill anyone who tried to kill his fiancée. He apologized and said he shouldn't have left her alone again, and that it was all his fault. He asked not to say another word, and he was absolutely sure that he could guess what was happening here himself. He already understood that Ethan had hypnotized all the servants and sent those aristocrats. So he didn't expect anyone to be able to stop him. Ethan smiled sarcastically and said that this castle is full of people who will obey any order under hypnosis, and that everyone can rush here. Idris shouted that the young man was lying and that Khalid shouldn't listen to his nonsense. According to Agnes's notes, Ethan's magic lies in his voice, and until people listen to him, he does not obey. The young man pulled a bottle of liquid from his pocket, and Idris realized with horror that it was the same substance that drives people mad. Ethan drank the contents, and Khalid brandished his sword and prepared to take a blow from the liar who was capable of anything. Of all the samples, Ethan selected the best one for himself, and in an instant, he stopped the sword with one hand, which was already slowly being covered in animal skin. After all, his only goal in life was to kill Khalid, and if possible at such a cost. He would gladly take the risk. Idris watched as Ethan had just turned into a huge, bloodthirsty beast, with huge fangs and claws before her eyes. And she couldn't believe that he would choose to give up his body and soul just to kill Khalid. The beast, with terrifying fangs and hisses of terror, attacked Khalid with frantic fury. But Khalid was ready. His movements were skillful and impeccable, like the dance of death he had masterfully performed many times on the battlefield. His confidence and courage were undeniable, as was his skill with a weapon, and the gleaming blade cut through the air, cutting its way to victory over a beast that seemed untamed. Khalid stood firm on his feet, his gaze not losing sight of the goal for a second. And in the end, with a powerful sword in his hands, he struck, and the beast's blood splattered in different directions. He shouted to Idris not to come closer, and prepared to deal a fatal blow to the beast, who had recently been his friend. With a powerful blow, Aiden left sharp claw marks on the young man's body, and scarlet bloodstains appeared on his white shirt. Next to Idris, he had already forgotten what it was like to smell blood on the battlefield. All his life, Khalid had to kill to survive, and he could only walk this earth leaving scarlet footprints. And now he did it again, so that no one could interfere with his happiness with Idris. He wanted to kill Ethan for everyone who died by his dirty hands, because he caused suffering to many people. But the beast managed to bite the young man on the shoulder. Khalid was injured, all because he was trying to protect the girl, but Idris could no longer allow anyone to die because of her. Idris took the dagger in her hands, and with one movement left a large wound on the beast's body. The fight was almost over, and Khalid was preparing to give Ethan the final death blow. He said it was all over, and it was better for Ethan to give up if he wanted to survive. Idris joked that she was already afraid of being widowed, but fortunately for her, Khalid recovered after the bite. Ethan slowly took his human form before dying and realized that he would die like this. And Khalid would no longer have to worry, and the young man felt the cold embrace of death. And if he had known how everything would end, he would have lived a more eventful life. He held Idris's brooch in his hands and asked if they had met under different circumstances. If something could have changed between them. But Idris replied that it didn't matter how many times they saw each other and under what conditions. She would always end up falling in love with Khalid and not him. And even in the final moments of his life, Idris remained the girl he truly loved with all his heart. Finally, everything ended, and the main villain, who turned out to be the person closest to him, was punished as he deserved. Khalid would never have thought Ethan was capable of something like this, and considered himself a complete fool. Idris said there is nothing wrong with this, and that you shouldn't blame yourself. There is nothing reprehensible here, and this proves once again that Khalid is a kind person. Relying on others and suddenly being stabbed in the back, that's what human life is made of. Khalid didn't understand where so much trust came from, because he is a red-eyed monster. Cruel and insensitive. The girl replied that if the young man were truly a demon, she would not have opened her heart to him. And demons do not know love. And since he loves her with all his heart, he definitely cannot be called a demon or a terrible monster. And now it was much more important to treat the bite wounds, because it was very deep. And it was bleeding. The young man said everything was fine for him, and he was only concerned about her sloppy appearance. And he did everything he could, and in this situation, both made the right decisions. There was also a cut on the girl's palm, but everything was fine for the lady. And this was nothing compared to his bite. Suddenly, Khalid was very close, and Idris could hear his heart beating strongly. Lady Idris hugged her husband, Archduke Khalid, with tenderness and love, as if she wanted to convey all her tenderness to him. And support. Their hug was full of warmth and closeness, and every moment spent in them was like a refuge for them, where they could find peace and quiet. Hugging her husband, Lady Idris felt his heart beating next to hers and knew they were made for each other. Idris was happy that the young man was alive, and their hugs filled her inner void. And they gave her hope for a better future together, because they were inseparable and invincible when they were together. Khalid smiled and admitted that he only wanted to say that he loved Idris more than anything in the world. Idris couldn't believe everything was over, and she felt like they could be attacked again at any moment. But everything really remains in the past. Her revenge for her mother, the cases of mages going mad, and the attempts by Idris to kill Khalid. And the villain who organized all this was also killed by his own friend. One must believe that the end is always a new beginning, and that after difficult situations, there is always tranquility. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by Harold, Elsa, and the knights, who burst onto the palace roof. Khalid stated that he came to the castle to look for traces of Idris, but found all the servants unconscious. Elsa was very worried about Idris and asked if the girl was injured. The maid also came out unharmed, and the last thing she remembers is Sir Ethan. Khalid asked everyone to leave and said he urgently needed to rest, and that he was not willing to answer anyone's questions. He offered his hand to the lady and cheerfully told her that it was time to return to ordinary life, where every moment is filled with happiness and joy. Idris thanked fate for every moment of joy that life brings her. Her heart filled with well-being and peace again, and she felt a deep joy and happiness, being in harmony with herself and the world around her. And now no one dares to interfere with them. After everything calmed down, Khalid announced that his personal assistant, Aiden, was behind everything that happened. And it was he who drove the land mages of the Florence mad, whom he directed to Erebus. And it was he who brutally killed Lady and Honey. The last evidence against Ethan was the moon tree leaves and the green powder used on the mages. And the servants and knights of the castle said they remembered nothing at all after meeting him. The only thing they could figure out was that Ethan was telling them something, and upon waking up from the hypnosis, the servants found themselves lying on the floor. Harold, who very opportunely came to visit, found and brought everyone back to their senses. And when he realized that things were wrong, he went looking for Khalid. The Archduke suffered several serious injuries, but recovered very quickly, probably due to the demon blood. And such a quick recovery amazed his doctor. And a few days later, Ian visited them, wanting to speak to the lady personally. Although his appearance at the castle was worthy of condemnation, he needed to talk. He fell to the ground and prayed that if he hadn't found Ethan that day, his family wouldn't have been in danger. Idris replied that you shouldn't blame yourself, because you only came because you saw how upset she was and wanted to help. Ian asked if there was any way to atone for his nephew's actions, and then he let the lady allow him to do so. She suggested that the man start helping Khalid in the castle, as the man insists a lot. Idris reached out her hand and told him that since he is the head of the Von Neen family, he must also be a talented mage, and with his knowledge, he can help with management. And the lady was sure that the man could be useful. Elsa and Harold entered the room, and the maid was hiding behind the young man. Harold said he still got goosebumps remembering that day, and it was good that she stopped by the castle at the right time. Idris asked what brought the young man here. It turned out he wanted to talk about the recently opened position of His Highness's assistant. Indeed, they were soon looking for a new assistant, and Harold strongly recommended himself. The heir to the Florent house. He already had experience working with the Archduke, thanks to an incident on his lands. Therefore, the young man decided that this would make him a suitable candidate, and he set out to do his best to fulfill his duties. Matters required responsible supervision, and Elsa was very happy that everything turned out so well. After all, Lord Harrel is perfect for the role of assistant, because he recently saved the castle staff. Idris sat with Khalid in the room and said she wanted to somehow lighten Ian's burden. And she remembered that they needed an experienced mage. Khalid said that thanks to Idris they killed 2 birds with 1 stone, they got a good mage. And a wonderful assistant. Khalid gently touched Idris's face with his fingertips, as if wanting to convey all his tenderness to her. And care. His touch was light, but full of warmth and tenderness, as if he could heal any wound. And bring peace. Idris felt the warmth of his hand on her skin, and at that moment, she forgot everything but the love and the intimacy that existed between them. The young man admitted that he would like to thank the lady, but this depends on her true desire. He lifted his shirt, and the girl's eyes were covered with terrible gashes from the claws of a cruel beast. Idris became very worried when she saw the serious wounds and asked how much they hurt him. He felt great, but he saw sadness in the girl's eyes, and the young man's heart was out of place when he saw her sad. The young man gently asked her not to worry because he didn't want to see her sad again. Or upset ever again. Idris remembered his proposal and whispered that she was completely thrilled. The next day was special for Idris, and the images from the previous night kept flashing in her thoughts. Elsa asked if it would be better for Idris, after everything that happened, to rest more from work and lie in bed. Idris reported that she had slept little during the night and felt like a squeezed lemon, and that she needed to bring important papers to Khalid. The lady called the young man from behind the door, but he did not answer, and he was probably very busy with work. Idris did not wait and entered the office with the desire to see how her beloved husband was. She saw a thoughtful Khalid sitting in front of a table on which lay a blue velvet box. The young man became very flustered at the unexpected appearance of the girl, who had been knocking on the door for a long time. She brought business documents to the young man, and Khalid rated the girl's work as simply impeccable. When she entered, Idris noticed that the young man seemed to be looking at some kind of box on the table. Khalid quickly changed the subject and said that the lady could use some more rest, and that she must be tired from all the work she had done. The young man said they should relax together, but for now, he cannot join because of pending matters. However, the next day, Idris stayed alone in bed and waited for her husband to appear. But even after 2 days, he did not appear to spend the night, and the girl did not understand why he no longer spent the night with her. Idris told Elsa her suspicions, and it seemed to her that Khalid was hiding something. And as if he was avoiding her. Elsa asked not to think about anything, because tomorrow is a wonderful day and it's better to focus on it. But it seemed that Idris did not understand what was being said and what Elsa meant when talking about tomorrow. The girl said out loud, Idris has completely forgotten that tomorrow is a special day, her birthday. And this was not surprising, because every year her birthday was simply terrible and brought nothing but misfortune, because she was born on that day. Idris said there was nothing special about her birthday, and nobody cared anyway. Elsa suggested waiting together until tomorrow. Who knows, maybe this year will be special. But how could this day be special when even Khalid started avoiding and shunning her? But so that Elsa wouldn't worry, she had to sketch a smile. It's her birthday morning, and it seems Khalid didn't show up in the bedroom last night either. Early in the morning, the maids approached the girl and forced her to get ready for the festivity. They brought with them a beautiful blue dress that suited Idris wonderfully. Elsa did her best and managed to cheer up the girl, and Idris simply shone with happiness. Khalid was already waiting for her outside the door in a black tuxedo and a red velvet ribbon on his shoulder. Khalid was already handsome, but today he was even more dazzling, and in his hands he held a delicate bouquet of flowers. He said he came to congratulate her and celebrate her birthday, and that he had prearranged a party in her honor. Idris felt like she was in a magical dream and couldn't believe she was in a place where steel rolled. The guests waiting for the arrival of the Archduke and his wife greeted them with joy and respect, and the magnificent setting of the palace and the kindness immediately created an atmosphere of warmth and hospitality. Idris completely ceased to understand what was happening here, and Khalid himself, the ruler of cults, knelt before her in the hall in front of all the aristocrats. He said he wanted to officially congratulate his beloved wife on her birthday. Khalid thanked the girl for her birth and for the opportunity to be with her, and presented her with a ring with precious stones in the same blue velvet box. Idris's birthday was wonderful for the first time, where she was truly loved and respected. Khalid said he did his best and was very happy that the girl liked it, because until the last moment, he kept the surprise a secret. Harold also came to congratulate his lady wholeheartedly, and after all, the young man had become a completely different person. And in the past, she wouldn't have imagined that everything would be exactly like this. He gifted the lady a rare necklace from the same set as the ring, and Idris promised to cherish these jewels for eternity. The young man said that all the mages in the castle worked on his ring for 10 days without closing their eyes. But Harold could no longer remain silent, because the ring contains protection against illness, bad luck, a blessing for universal respect, and amulets that encourage happiness and prevent pain. And the diamond is completely handmade by a gnome. Idris held the ring in her hands and couldn't believe how valuable and exclusive it was. Khalid said the lady should stop talking about this already, and that it's time to enjoy the drinks on her day. But suddenly, Idris felt unwell. Idris turned out to be pregnant. This news caused joy among all the people of the castle. The aristocrats of cults who were expecting an heir were extremely happy, as were the maids, impressed by Khalid's love for his wife. The doctor confirmed the diagnosis. Idris and Khalid would soon have a baby, and the girl couldn't believe her luck. When Khalid received the good news, the young man's face lit up with unrestrained happiness. Elsa and Harold immediately came to share the good news with the lady. And Idris joked that recently Elsa started appearing very often with Harold. Elsa exclaimed happily that she still couldn't believe that their great duchess was pregnant. She had already imagined that Idris would have a charming little girl with black hair and a sweet face. And if there is a boy, he will definitely have the charm and greatness of Sir Khalid. Idris cannot decide who she wants, and no matter how you look at it, both babies will be amazing. Harold dared to say that the main thing is that the child is like His Majesty and does not inherit the father's character. Khalid visited his wife and shared that he thinks only of her all day and that everything is slipping out of his hands. Although Khalid would have been happy, there was sadness in his gaze, and Idris wanted her husband to share his experiences with her. He said he was worried that the child would inherit his eyes, and he did not want the same life for his son. After all, people always treated him like a leper, and it was all just because of the scarlet color of his eyes. They often whispered behind his back that he had the mark of a demon, and when they met him face to face, they trembled helplessly with fear and didn't even dare to come close. Therefore, if this child is born with the same eyes, he will have a life where he will have no place anywhere until his death. And he just prays that the baby inherits the beautiful eyes of sweet Idris. No matter what his eyes are, they will love him more than anyone, and that will be enough. Khalid hugged the future mother of his child and promised to do everything possible to help her live a happy life. Time passed, and soon the castle was filled with the cries of two charming children, a blue-eyed boy and a scarlet-eyed girl. The babies were named Theodore and Annette. They were simply adorable and inherited the eye color of both parents. Shortly after their birth, the young knights of Cults instantly won the hearts of everyone in the castle. And the maids often cleaned the children's room just to admire the babies again, since a whole crowd of aristocrats gathered in the castle who came to see the children. One of whom would become the future owner of Cults set a limit on the number of visits. But there were those who were allowed to visit the children at any time of the day or night. Harold often visited the children, and Idris joked that the future ruler of Cults should get used to it in advance. Idris wanted to see what they would be like when they grew up and watch them change day after day. Harold said that Lady Annetta is already reaching her sheath, and perhaps this is how the talent of a swordsman manifests. And his daughter definitely resembles her father. People talked about the baby's future, while Khalid remained thoughtful next to the cradle. Idris took his hand and said their children will definitely be the happiest. Day after day, they continued to grow. Inetta discovered her calling for the sword, and Theodore showed a preference for magic. With Ian's help, Idris established a magic school where anyone could receive an education. And when Theodore entered this school, the people's trust in their rulers had increased significantly. Idris and Khalid watched their children. While Idris worried about their every move, Khalid allowed the children to grow and explore the world. One fine day, Idris and Khalid left all their affairs and work processes in the hands of their subjects, and the children in the care of Elsa and Harold. And we took a little trip together to fully enjoy each other. As they approached the shore, Idris froze in place, gazing at the vast expanse of blue water. Her breath hitched when she heard the sound of the waves and felt the salty air on her lips. Khalid said he always wanted to bring his beloved here, and only now, when the children have grown up, that opportunity exists. They ran across the sand, and the deafening beauty of the sea captivated their souls. The waves foamed on the shore, the sun played on its shining surface, and seabirds flew in circles in the sky, letting out cries of joy. Khalid hugged the girl. He was incredibly happy that she married him. And that day was the happiest of all. She taught him how to be happy and filled his cold, gray life with warm light. He also discovered happiness for Idris, and every morning when she woke up, she was grateful that Khalid was near. Suddenly, he took out a box and put a chain with a special amulet around the young man's neck. This pendant could make Khalid's eyes turn blue, and if the young man felt more comfortable, he would no longer be ashamed of the color of his eyes and just wear the pendant from time to time. Words could not express how happy they were with each other, and Idris closed her eyes to soak up the moment in her soul. Archduke Khalid and his wife Idris hugged on the seashore, their faces lit up with a smile, and their gazes filled with joy and admiration for the magnificence of the sea surface. Their hearts beat in unison with the rhythm of the waves, creating a feeling of harmony and peace. And that night, by the sea, their love blossomed even more, filling their souls with gratitude for this moment and mutual happiness of being together.